Hello everyone, welcome back. Alright, so plan today is we're gonna try it Into the Dead. I was gonna play Control, but then I saw there was an update for Into the Dead. So I decided we're gonna play Into the Dead instead because there's a bunch of new stuff that I'm looking forward to checking out. 1 second. So yeah, we're gonna be checking out that, Evelyn. We also have 2 copies of Into the Dead to give away today. So if anyone here hasn't played Into the Dead or doesn't have the game, make sure you stick around because I'll be giving away 2 copies of Into the Dead. But yeah, before we jump into all that, let's talk about the Steam Machine because that thing just got announced yesterday, and oh boy, this is a strange one. I don't know what is the plan here, but basically Steam. Where's the specs? So basically the Steam Machine, Giga PC comments. I'm pre-ordering Steam Machine to my entire family. It's the best console PC. All right, let's see. Whatever. So here's the Steam Machine. The starting model, the 512 gigabyte version that comes without a controller, by the way, no controller, is starting price $1,049, which is about the same price as a PS5 Pro. That's kind of crazy. Then one with the controller bundled. Ooh, look at that bundle. $1,128. So it's like $100 controller almost. Crazy. 2 terabyte model is costing $1,349. So you're telling me you're paying like an extra $300 for 150 extra gigs of storage? Since when is SSD costing you $300 for 1.5 terabytes? That doesn't make sense. Wait, that's actually a scam. Wait. Hold on. Let me see. So yeah, I'm gonna do the nice ones. NVMe. Let me check NVMe's. I'm not even gonna go for external ones. All right. Let's see the prices. Okay, so I know the Samsung Evo one is fairly expensive. This is quite a nice one. This one's 2 terabytes and it's a pretty fast one. Cool. Can probably find a lot cheaper than that. Let's see. What's this one? This one is 512 gigs. Okay, where's like a 1? Do you even get 1.5? You get like either 1 or 2, right? This one is what? 1 terabyte, $219. So roughly about $250 for in this set. This is the fancy one. Where's like non-fancy brands? How much? 500. 1 terabyte, $148. So 1.5 terabytes. Don't think it's quite 300. Another 200 for 1 terabyte. 200 for 1 terabyte. I mean, literally the 2 terabyte versions, which is the same as what the thing comes with, is 200. This one's already coming with 50. So a 500. 500. So a 500 gigabyte one typically costs like $50 something, right? 50. All these 500 ones are like $50. So you can just basically take that out, right? Put one of these $200 ones in, and that's $150 in total, right? So why does it cost $300 more when you can get you can take out the 500 one, put in a 2 terabyte one that costs like $200. Why is it $349? It's like the most expensive SSDs that like cost this much, and those are like usually like 3 terabyte one. What the fuck? Change scenes. Right. Okay. So that makes. Well, why is this like this? Where's my camera? Yeah, fuck, I'm just gonna go, yeah. Okay. So then they have a 2 terabyte version with the Steam controller. So this is like the definitive version. Which, to be fair, here's the thing, right? Good luck playing on a console with only 512 gigs of storage. That's garbage. No one's buying that. That's terrible. So you're left with these two options. Now you need a controller because otherwise, what's the point? So, like, this is honestly, it makes it look like this is the starting price, but it's not. Like, that is not the starting price. This is barely usable. Plus, you still have to buy, like, you have to get a controller anyway. So, like, you physically, this one's out of the question. You need a controller. So you need this version, or you need this version. You can't play without a control. You can't play without a controller, so you need this one. And then really 500 gigs storage. No one. Good luck with that. So this is honestly the only like logical one you get to. So its starting price is realistically actually $1,428 if you actually think about it. For $1,428, you know what? Let's test something here. Let's test something. Give me a second. One second. Ah. God damn it. All right. Build me a PC with a budget of 142. Actually, let me specifically say gaming. Build me a gaming PC with a budget of $1,428. Go. Go! ChatGPT, what can we build for $1,428? For $1,428, I'd build your strongest GPU possible. Okay, cool. Where's the actual final stats? So, build target CPU for $220. Ryzen 9600X. Cooler GPU 5070. 5070. Damn, that's not bad. 5070, blah blah. RAM 32 gigs, DDR5. Cool. So that's the PC that AI has built for us for that price. All right. Steam Machine PC equivalent specs. All right. So the Steam Machine's equivalent specs are GPU. Okay, where's the actual piece? Nearest PC equivalent. Good. Where's the oh, there. 3060. NVIDIA GeForce 3060. A 3060. So you're telling me I can spend this much money and choose between a 3060 or a 5070? Are you mad? What is this shit? Actually insane. This is small ATX. And I mean, sure, it's compact, but like, who cares? You can compare the PlayStation specs too. The PlayStation, the PS5 Pro is also a lot better than this. And that's also compact. So here's the thing. I don't understand this. So I want to know who would actually buy this. If you are a casual gamer, you go buy a PlayStation. If you are a low budget gamer, you go buy a PlayStation. If you're a giga hardcore gamer, you go buy a PC or maybe even a PS5 Pro. If you are someone that values couch gaming, you want to chill on the couch, lie back, and you want to play games, you go buy a PlayStation. Hell, you could even go buy this fancy ass PC over here, right? This 5070 PC. Put it on the desk somewhere, plug it into your TV, get a PlayStation or Xbox controller hooked up to it, and then you can use it as a console anyway. So you can still use a PC like a console if you really wanted to. And it has way better specs. I want to understand who would buy this product. Who actually would buy it? In what use case scenario would you ever prefer this product over an existing product? Like, who is this targeted towards? What consumer buys this? A small 6-inch PC than a normal size? Okay, but if we were to take that into kind of still think with the same price, you still get a better PC. Even if you were to try get like this tiny ass PC in like a small ass box, I still think it's cheaper. Steam fanboys? I don't. The fanboys, like, who's fanboying enough that you buy this shit? Listen, I'm like a huge Rockstar fanboy. If they made a product that is terrible, like a game that looks absolutely garbage, I'm not buying it. Like, a fanboy, like, does only get you so far. This doesn't make sense. I genuinely cannot find a single use case for this machine. It just doesn't even make sense to me. It's just this has to be one of the worst product launches I've ever heard in my life. It's so bad. Sell out? How are they gonna sell out? Who are they gonna? You'd have to give this thing to me for free for me to consider getting it. And even if you gave it me for free, I wouldn't even use it. It's shit. Genuinely, if you gave this to me for free, I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't touch it. There's no reason for me to touch it. Why the fuck would I use this thing? It's terrible. If I want to play on a large, use my PS5, a PS5 Pro actually. Hell, even the base PS5 is better than this. The base PS5 is better than this thing. You know, I've seen Digital Foundry compare. Wait, where's Digital Foundry? They were comparing the hardware here, and it's worse than a base PS5.
So, how much is it, and how powerful is it? Well, Steam Machine has finally broke cover, and we finally have definitive answers to the former and benchmarks for the latter. Delayed owing to the hardware component crisis, Valve's beautifully tiny console-like PC is finally here. And from a form factor perspective, it's kind of irresistible. Imagine a taller Nintendo GameCube, and you have some idea of how tiny this thing is, while performance falls into line quite nicely with what the Steam hardware survey defines as the quintessential mainstream gaming PC. But man, the prices are gonna hurt. Starts at $1,049 or 879 Great British pounds for the basic 512GB model, rising to an oddly specific 1,120.
I mean, but the market of shills or like fanboys that buy everything just for the branding logo, that's not a big enough market to like sustain yourself. That's not a market that you can actually truly sell a product like this and survive off of. Like, sure, let's say a couple of thousand people buy it because they're lunatics and they're just like, Valve, I love Valve. Those people are not a big enough market to actually make them enough money to survive. GTA 5 standard edition, you mean 6 will be €80. I read of something like that. I've seen so many different, some people say 90, some people, I'm not 100% sure. Well, I guess we'll know in 2 days, but yeah, it's kind of hard to say because I'm seeing all different kinds of rumors.
Or £938 for the bundle pack with the Steam controller. Now, those prices rise to $13.49 USD or £11.49 for the preferable 2TB model.
Where's the benchmarks?
And that rises once again to $14.28 USD and £1,208 for the
Okay, benchmarks. Let's go.
Spec-wise then, let's kick off by looking at the CPU, where we have a 6-core 12-thread AMD Zen 4 CPU, clocked at up to 4 area, sees CPU and GPU close to being fully tapped out. Both of the main power drivers here are really drawing as much power as they need. Power draw measured from the wall.
Where's the frame rate?
180 to 100.
To 37, is that number?
Area. I should say that
this is frame rate.
The worst case I could find in my limited testing. A game where we're typically
oh yeah, it is frame rate. It says right there.
36
FPS.
CPU
Nice.
Takes that down into
solid 30 FPS gaming.
180 watt range. And obviously if it's a more basic game, it'll probably drop still further. So in PC terms, what kind of performance does Steam Machine offer compared to building a PC yourself? The first thing I did was to actually build one a while back to satisfy my curiosity about ballpark Steam Machine performance. So the Ryzen 5 8500G has a very similar CPU architecture to the Steam Machine's Hawk Point 2 derived processor. However, I quickly discovered the chip only supports PCIe 4.0 across 4 lanes connected to the GPU, not 8, limiting bandwidth with an inevitable impact to graphics performance. I can confirm that there are 8 lanes connecting the CPU to the GPU within Steam Machine. And with that 8500G, I benchmarked it in CPU limited scenarios, finding that the Ryzen 5 5600X was a
this average consumer. No, but the Valve fanboy is not your average consumer though.
Happens to be the entry-level CPU of choice.
That's not your average consumer.
DDR4-based platform, a solid budget option in the current market. So that's what I went with for most.
That's a very niche market in the grand scheme of things.
Comparisons. I also used 3200 megatransfers per second DDR4. You can get faster, but
your average consumer is going to go into a store, right? And they're going to be like, "Oh, I want to get a new gaming console." And they're going to see. First of all, here's another thing that they lose out on. Brand identity. If you go into a store and you're a casual gamer, you're going to buy a brand you know, a brand you trust. You're going to go, oh, PlayStation 5. Oh, yeah, I remember I used to have a PS2 back when I was a kid. I want to get a PS5. That sounds fun. Brand identity. It's been around for a million years. Everyone knows PlayStation. Everyone trusts PlayStation. If you are an old lady, let's say you're a 70-year-old grandmother who doesn't even know what a fucking gaming console is. You've never even heard of gaming consoles. You don't even know what the fuck games are. You know literally nothing about games. And you go into a store and you're going to buy your little nephew Johnny, or not your nephew, your grandson or great-grandson Johnny, you're going to buy him a gaming console because you're like, okay, I'm going to get him a gaming console for his birthday. What sounds like a more brand-friendly name to you? PlayStation, or Steam Machine? What even sounds like a better product name to you? PlayStation or Steam Machine? What the fuck's a Steam Machine? A fucking ironer? Like one of those things you iron clothes? Steam Machine? What? The grandma's literally gonna think, why would Johnny want to iron his clothes with an ironer? It doesn't make sense on any front. The name doesn't make sense. I mean, I'm not gonna go off the name too much because names or whatever, but like even the name, it loses out on. It loses out on name. It loses out on brand identity. It loses out on pricing. It loses out on every possible conceivable metric. There's something that's better than it. There's not one single thing that this thing does better than another console. Not one. Literally zero. There's not one single thing that you should get a Steam Machine for. You know, here's the thing. Imagine I told you, right, that there was going to be a 5090 Ti that costed $30,000 and it was only 1% better than a 5090. You would say that's a product, a garbage product, right? You would say that's garbage. It's useless. Why the fuck would you spend $30,000 for a product that's only 1% better than the 5090? But at least this is a use case. I could say, well, millionaires and billionaires, they don't care. They'll spend $30,000 for 1% better. They don't care. What do they care? For them, it's nothing. At least there's a use case. It does something better. You could say it's better than the 5090. It does one thing better. There's at least one small use case. There's one reason. If you're Elon Musk, of course you'd buy a 5090 Ti if it costs $30,000, because why not? Right? At least there's some use case. I can't find a single use case for this thing. I can't find one. There's literally none at all.
Remains relatively cheap with
a few pages up. Massive Steam library. What does PlayStation do for you? I mean, PlayStation has all the exclusives that you can't get on Steam, and also you say the massive library. Okay, cool. So buy a PC You want if it's solely if you want to make the argument that Steam has a library. So here's the idea: you spend $1,400, you build a nice high-end PC with a 5070 in it. You put the PC under your table, on your desk, wherever, behind wherever the fuck you want to put it. I don't care. You then hook up a controller so that you can like lie down on your couch and play it, and you turn your PC into a console. I could take my PC right now, unplug it here, pull on all the wires, go take it to the living room, go put it behind the TV or whatever, put my controller, right? Where's my controller? Plug my controller into it and say, all right, cool. PC, you are now you are now retired. You're gonna from this moment on, you are now a gaming console. And there you have it. I've got a 4090 gaming console. I could do that. So even if you want to make that argument, there's still better alternatives. Like, if you want the Steam library so badly, just buy a regular gaming PC and use it as if it was a console. It's still better. I can't fathom what universe this is for. I bet you you could make a small form factor, like a tiny case PC. You get those very small form. If you really value, even if you really value the small size for whatever reason, even if you live in a fucking shoebox, you live in one of those Japanese like tiny apartments, those like quarter of a bedroom, like your toilet is literally right next to your fucking bed, and your stove and your kitchen is literally right where your feet are. If you live in one of those tiny ass houses where there's no space, right? And you really, really value every tiny little inch of space, you could probably still build a small form factor PC in those small cases that's roughly the same size as this, maybe a tiny bit bigger, but roughly the same sizes, and it will probably still be cheaper and better to build one of those than to buy this product. I cannot fathom a single use case. I can't. I simply cannot find a single use case to buy this thing. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I genuinely think, honestly, if you buy this product, this is like a badge of honor of just like, you have to have like a badge of honor of like just wastefulness. Like you unless you're like a trillionaire and you just do not care at all about money, you just want to troll and just throw money around because, I don't know, you recently bought like a $500,000 Pikachu card and you don't care about money at all. You're like, you know what? I just put in $500,000 on a Pikachu card. I'm going to buy this too to waste some money, then sure, go for it. But like any normal human being's not buying this shit.
Emphasis on relative, obviously, in the current
It's so bad.
GPU then, in a desktop space, there can only be one, the Radeon RX 7600. The exact same Navi 33 processor.
That average consumer? I want to understand what you mean by average consumer. The average consumer, if is not buying this. The average consumer is every average consumer is buying a PlayStation. That's the average consumer. The average consumer goes into the store, they go to Walmart, and they buy a PS5. That's the average consumer. The high-end consumer or the enthusiast, they go in and they start analyzing specs. They go, which ones do I want to get? This one has this much value. This one has this much. Maybe I should get a gaming PC. That's your enthusiast. They start like looking at it and investigating, right? And your low-end consumer, the one that knows nothing about gaming consoles, the 8-year-old granny that walks in, even she's going to pick a PlayStation because the name sounds nicer. PlayStation versus Steam machine. I just the only people that like you mentioned, like the fanboys and the people that have some kind of weird Valve loyalty, but like even those people you could still buy. If you care about Steam and Valve and everything so much, you can still just buy a regular PC and use it the same way and it will still be better. Like at this point, buying this product is like donating to charity. You're just doing it because you want to support them. You're like, okay, you know what? Here's some money. You may as well just go into this. You may as well just go find some kind of like GoFundMe page on Steam and say, okay, here we go. I'm going to just donate you money because I feel bad for you for whatever reason, even though they're like a multi-billion-dollar company. But, you know, I can't understand it. It makes no sense to me. I just ditched console gaming and went with my old PC rather than playing DRM free games. GOG feels good. Yeah, I mean, I would literally, I would much rather use a PC as a console than to use this thing.
Wattages are higher, and all 32 compute units are active, as opposed to Steam Machine's 28.
So where's the actual benchmarks?
We should expect more performance then. But of course, whereas the machines using RDNA 3. But before we let the benchmarks roll, at the time of testing, class of hardware on modern games. And
Okay.
kicking off
1440p low settings, 60 FPS
with
on
Black Myth Wukong here.
that look like
Numbers
Resident
may look
Evil.
low, but that's mostly down to a weird issue with the game where the display resolution of
30
the device
FPS.
connected can impact the numbers, even
Nice.
when you specify lower resolutions. So I'm selecting 1440p here on optimized settings, but my screen is 4K, so for some reason the numbers are lower than they would be in an actual gaming scenario. Even so, as I said, it is about the percentage differentials between the GPUs tested, which all have the same issue. Oh, and one more thing to note before we crack on. Benchmarks are all tested with VSync disabled for full performance. However, SteamOS itself defaults to VSync on. The reference videos in the background of the benchmarks here were captured from Steam Machine at the
Yeah,
same
boy.
settings with VSync active. So the full fat RS
Where are other
a
games?
lot ahead. I'm clocking
Cyberpunk.
a 17 percentage point increase for the desktop. And as expected, the RX 7600 moves ahead. I'm clocking a 17.
I'm guessing these GPUs are equivalent to certain consoles.
Valve's integrated alternative. Meanwhile, the RX 6600 offers about 90% of Steam Machine GPU performance. 9060 XT is a good 40 percentage
What other games they test? Yeah.
second average on Steam Machine at 14.
There's a 27
Remember, there's
FPS.
native resolution and upscaling options
Poggers.
are available, and the Valve hardware will get FSR4 support. FSR3 performance mode and turned on RT reflections and RT lighting at the medium setting. These are what I would describe as our optimized ray tracing selection.
Oh god.
Let's check out this test of Crimson Desert's now infamous Bug Hill, tested on Steam Machine. Ryzen 5 8500G in single and dual channel configurations, optimized settings and optimized low pre. A 34.8 FPS average across the run on PS5 is improved to 41.2 FPS average on Steam Machine. So the Steam Machine compared to a console. We got a wealth of information on PC titles running at PS5 equivalent settings, so let's get straight into it. And we'll start by revisiting the Crimson Desert CPU test on matched settings.
Okay, so this is base PS5, which by the way costs half as much as this console. This is like a $500 console, right? And this is over $1,000, way more than $1,000 if you want to get the actual proper one, which is like $1,400. So in some cases, this is almost a third of the price, but whatever.
Any particular cap to performance here on Steam Machine? We're well under 60 FPS. Returning to Bug Hill, Steam Machine performs significantly better when CPU limited. A 34.8 FPS average across the run.
By the way, this test is also very much in Steam Machine's favor here because of the fact that I played this game, obviously. I've played Crimson Desert. This place that you're at, it's very CPU bound, and consoles have very bad CPUs. They have the PS5 and PS5 Pro. They both have the same CPU, and it's a shipped CPU. So it's the consoles struggle with this particular area the most, right? Because it's a very CPU bound area of the map. There's like a lot of enemies and things flying around, so it puts a lot of pressure on the CPU. So this test is actually kind of unfair. It's weighted very heavily for the Steam Machine. If you were to go to a more GPU bound area, then this number wouldn't be. I think it wouldn't be as well. It's having a big difference here, 39 versus 35. But specifically this area, this test is kind of unfair. It's very much in favor of the Steam Machine, but whatever.
1.2 FPS average on Steam Machine. So the Valve hardware has more legs, clearly. We're also CPU limited in the city of Baldur's Gate in Baldur's Gate 3, and here's where things get weird. Using the default native Linux build, which is what will install if you download it, we're only 11% faster on Steam Machine versus PlayStation 5. However, force the use of Proton instead and use the original Windows code working through the translation layer, and we get a 24% improvement in performance against PlayStation 5. Larian did update Baldur's Gate 3 for Steam Deck, significantly improving CPU-bound performance and stability, but I'm wondering if those optimizations were deck-specific to the detriment of other PC hardware. Put simply, if you're playing Baldur's Gate 3 on Linux, on SteamOS...
Funny, they don't even show the PS5 Pro performance. PS5 Pro would be a lot better than this,
an
but...
automatic 11% performance boost in this test versus the native Linux app. Graphics now.
Also, it's just me, or it looks way better on the PlayStation. Look at the texture on the ground. Why does it look so much better on PlayStation than on Steam Machine? Look at this. It's like... Why are the textures so much better on PlayStation? Are they putting the settings higher on PlayStation? What is this? These don't look like equal settings. Hello? What is this test? Why are the textures here non-existent?
11% performance boost in this test versus the native Linux app. Graphics now, and in a world where the RX 7600 is broadly comparable to the PS5 GPU, we should expect the Steam machine to fall a little short, but I didn't see anything that drastically concerned me, to be honest. Let's kick off with Black Myth Wukong. It's a good start because it's not a particularly great PS5 port, so it should favour Steam machine. The widest delta sees the PS5 running 17 to 18% ahead of Steam.
You should not be losing to base
other
PS5 at a
players
third of your price.
for the Valve machine over PS5, while elsewhere we're looking at absolute parity. It's fascinating to see it actually. On average, it's a 3% lead for PlayStation 5, but this doesn't reflect the reality that on a moment-by-moment basis, it's much more variable. Next up, the classic Alan Wake 2 Chapter 2 stress test, and some interesting results here. In performance mode, we're looking at a 9% lead for the PS5 version. 55 FPS plays 50 points.
This is a regular sound of the skeleton. Drawing over there. Oh, is that Cillian Murphy? Ah. Interesting.
It's 7 FPS. Not exactly a gaping chasm, right? Alan Wake 2 isn't available on Steam, of course. I got it running by using the Heroic Launcher installed in Steam Machine's desktop mode. Yes, it is a Steam machine, but we've got to remember that it's not just a console-like experience.
So Alan Wake PS5 also performs better?
With full desktop access. We can also do like-for-like testing in Crimson Desert based on performance mode, and the GPU performance differential is more like 17% here in favor of the PS5, and that makes sense to me, bearing in mind how often we saw this number when comparing the Steam machine to RX 7600, and yes, the 7600 does have broadly similar GPU performance to PlayStation 5. Forza Horizon 5 next. We can't do apples to apples here precisely, as console can use dynamic resolution scaling, topping out at native 4K with 4x NSAA, and some settings like reflections themselves are dynamic, which isn't an option on PC. What I've done here is to show Steam Machine running the same sequence at native 4K on the same settings, and then at 1620p, which represents 75% of 4K resolution on both axes. We're way short of PS5 performance at a lot 4K, but almost there at 1620p. I think bandwidth is the issue here. Bandwidth is quite lavish on PlayStation 5 in comparison to Steam.
This product is dead.
And even at 1620p.
That product is literally dead. I mean, I can't understand it. I genuinely don't understand who is this for? Like, who is buying this? There's like, don't tell me like fanboys or whatever. Like, give me a legitimate like user that buys this. Hey Frankie, welcome in. Like, what user is buying this for like a genuine use case scenario that is actually going to give them value over something else? I don't see it. Honestly, unimaginable console, or whatever the hell you want to call it thing. Terrible. Literally terrible. One of the worst product launches I've ever seen. Ain't no one buying that shit. Anyway, so there was another update in Into the Dead. We'll also be giving away 2 copies of Into the Dead today. So if you guys are looking to get the game at some point, or you want to play it, just make sure you stick around the stream, because I'm going to give away 2 copies of it. I have 2 codes to give away for it. But yeah, there was a new update for this game, so I'm going to be checking that update out. 1 second. 1 second. Uneducated parents, but even uneducated parents, if they know nothing, they still should get a PlayStation because the name sounds better. Literally, the PlayStation name sounds better. If you're gonna go buy a console because you know nothing about gaming consoles, you literally know absolutely nothing. You've never heard of gaming in your life. It's still gonna be a PlayStation you're gonna get because the name sounds better. If you're some 90-year-old granny, you're gonna get a console for your grandchild or something. Then you're gonna get the one that says PlayStation because it sounds more friendly PlayStation versus Steam machine. 1 second. But yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange to me. I understand that because of the PC components being very expensive lately, it makes it kind of hard to release a product in this market, which, I mean, that's fair, but at the same time, then just don't release it right now. Even PlayStation and Xbox have been delaying their next gen console release because of the market conditions lately. So they've delayed for obvious reasons. I don't understand why Valve don't do the same thing, you know? Just doesn't make sense. Alright, so we're going to be doing another playthrough of Into the Dead. I think they added also another escape, or they actually, no, they didn't add an escape plan. I believe they updated one of the escape plans. The airlift one has been updated, so yeah, we're going to be trying out this. I'm going to put on custom difficulty. Give us a sign. Was it a horror game? Coming soon. The Phasmophobia kind of game. There are a lot of games like Phasmophobia, but they don't ever do it right. A bit more damage. I do need to up the XP rate, because I find the XP rate is like, yeah, just don't level up fast. I'll put on fast. Fast is fine. But the relationship also easier because the relationships are very hard to increase too. I'll make the zombies do a bit more damage. Sure. Bunch of games on the Steam account, one console plan. Okay, sure. I've heard that argument as well. But here's what I want to know, Beer Predator. Why not just, for the same price, just $1,400 to buy like an actual, like, because you can't play on a 500 gig console, it's terrible. So you want to buy the 2 terabyte version, which is like the only sensible option with the controller. So for $1,400, right, you can buy a PC with a 5070 in it. Just buy like an actual PC with a 5070, plug it into your TV, right? You go put it in the lounge like a console, plug it into your TV, and then just grab a controller. Then boom, you have a gaming console PC. Same thing, but better because it's like a 5070. So I don't even understand that. I don't even understand that either. Like even then, I don't understand. All right, let's try a different group for once. We keep trying these two. Let's try. I like these with this one as well. Increased damage of blunt weapons. There's more hunger each phase. Oh god. Can you actually match the price performance of the PC these days? Of a console, not really, but of a Steam machine, yes. The Steam machine is so bad that yes, you can actually easily match the price and performance. You can build a PC that's better for the same price. So yeah, I don't understand who this is for. There's literally like no use case that makes sense. And it doesn't make sense. Genuinely, it doesn't make sense at all. Okay, so there's traders now that added to the game. They added traders and they also added... Oh, we don't have any weapons. That's a problem. Okay. They added traders. And I think they added another... They updated one of the escape plans. I'm kind of curious to see how traders go. I think they also made some other minor improvements or changes, but yeah. One second. I'm gonna try that by Hideo Kojima. I know he's working on a new, like, what did he call it? Corporate espionage or some kind of tactical espionage. I don't know. Action espionage. I don't know what the exact the description is, but I know he's working on a new game that's probably gonna be a lot like Metal Gear Solid. When is it even coming out? Like, we don't know anything about it. We just know he's working on it. We don't really know anything about the game, right? Horror based? I could have swore that it was gonna be like some kind of yeah, whatever. Either way, we don't really know much about it, so there's no point me saying if I'm gonna play it now or not, because I mean it's still gonna be a while. But for West, yeah, I played that already. I played it when it was out on PS5 a while ago. I like Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon Zero Dawn on Zero and Forbidden West, pretty good games. The only issue is the endings kind of bug me, but they're pretty good games. Just kind of not the best endings. Very cliffhangery. I'm assuming you played the original, right? The Forbidden Horizon Zero Dawn. Thanks for follow. Ace1, welcome in. Oh, you have? Go on ground, yes. The progression, they've changed some stuff that I don't like. I'm not a fan of the changes they've made. I will possibly look back to it when it's like very fully released, when it's if I iron those things out, but as it is right now, it's kind of annoying. Okay, no weapons. We need weapons. Okay. Wait 1 second. I need to do something quickly. And I just need to quickly fix something. Okay, great. So we got lockpick here. We're gonna check in this thing if we get a weapon. I need a weapon. I need some kind of. Okay, there we go. That's a weapon. Nice. So now that we can actually trade, some of the things I usually just ignore, things like jewelry, money, that kind of stuff, is actually going to be something I need to keep now because I don't know where the traders are. I don't know exactly. I've never seen them before because this is all new to me now. But yeah, we want to find these traders and we're going to want to use the stuff to trade with them. I want to see what we can actually trade. It'll be interesting. What do we want to build here? I would prefer to build the cooking area, but I need more cloth for that. I could build this in the meantime. We need to sell God again. Old Ballad. I mean, there's nice stuff at Old Ballad. I guess we can go there. I do need to find locations for some of the existing survivors. Okay. This location is kind of spooky. There's a lot of things here. Alright. What can we find? Give me something nice. Planks. We need screws, right? Okay, maybe we go out this way. Firecracker. I need more space right now. Yeah, one. Where is it? Mr. Zombie. Oh, Mr. Zombie. Oh shit. Luckily, I haven't figured out how to use doors yet. Okay, so let's go up. Really need to try find some more weapons. We only have this little hatchet, which is not exactly gonna last forever. Sure. What is that? Gasoline. Wait, that's new. Gasoline is new. We never had that before. I mean, I'm not sure what you use it for. Bullets. Healing is good. See, this could be useful if we find a survivor that has a busted wrist or something. We're gonna need that. Ah, shit. Uh-oh. I guess I may as well have that now, right? Can't carry anything else. Okay. Ooh. Can you turn around, please? Miss Lapshot, welcome in. How you doing? Also, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, is this thing gonna turn around? Hello? Oh, crap. Oh, God. Can they get over there? I don't think they can, right? Ooh. Haha. Like that. Alright. We can't really carry much more. We should probably eat the chocolate because we're probably not going to come back here. Let me grab that. And then bandages, we're gonna need those. What do I replace I should replace something for this. This is kind of valuable. I don't know what to drop here. One piece of meat? One vegetable? I don't know. Hey Barton. My son is a big fan. He wants to ask if... I've heard this one before. Nope. Nice try. To answer your question, I'd rather watch a tree grow. Yes. Speaking of trees, look, growing trees. But yeah, Joe's dad is in the game. It's one of his missions. I believe his mission involves his dad. I've never actually done Joe's mission, so I'm gonna try to do Joe's mission this time. But yes, I believe Joe's dad is in the game. You missed the steam machine, right? Yep. TLDR, very bad. Very garbage. Oh boy, we need to sleep. Sleep. Alright, let's go get Joe. Let's go get Joe. Do we have lockpicks left? Oh, we don't. No, we have no lockpicks. That's bad. Damn it. Never done it before? I have no idea, actually. I actually have no idea. You think it's reasonably priced? Is that a rage bait, Rayra? Are you trying to rage bait me? Are you actually trying to rage bait me? You are, right? Oh, shit. You bought a Mac Mini for $700. Okay, here's the thing about the Steam Machine. I'll tell you, for $1,400, which is the only real one you can buy, right? I'll give you a very big TLDR. The only one you can possibly buy is $1,400. Why? Because good luck buying a 500 gig console. Good luck having enough space. So you buy you spend $1,400 to buy a Steam Machine. It has the same, if not worse, performance than a base PS5. A base PS5. PS5 Pro is still cheaper and a lot better. Right? Are you with me still? And with this price of $1,400, you can buy a PC with a 5070, which will be better than both, for $1,400. And if you really wanted to, you could use that PC as a console. Just plug it into your TV and get a controller, and you could use it as a console. So why on earth would you buy a Steam Machine? Bonk. Fire station is pretty good. Games in the living room? Okay, so buy a PlayStation. If you want to play games in the living room, buy a PS5 Pro. It's better and it's cheaper. Hey, Mr. Nerd, welcome in. And if you really want to, because of Steam, maybe you really love Steam so much, then buy a PC and use it as a console. You can do that. You can literally buy a PC and use a console. Nice haircut, thanks. Yeah, I actually got a haircut yesterday. Oh, I don't have a lockpick for that. Damn it. But yeah, I just don't see any kind of value in the Steam Machine, to be honest. Just every possible use case to me seems like there's a better alternative. I'll wait for PS6. I mean, yes, that is a smart thing to do, but even if PS6 never comes out, I just don't see any kind of reason to buy a Steam Machine. PS5 is better. And cheaper. PS5 Pro is way better. Still cheaper. PC, you can get a PC for the same price. Not the same price, sorry. You can get a PC for cheaper, actually. And use it as a console. So if you really want to have console gaming and also Steam, you still have better alternatives. So in the end, I just don't see any reason to get it. Okay, nice. Yeah, no, 512 gigabytes. You know what's even worse, right? Imagine you spend all that money to buy a Steam Machine and you still can't play GTA 6. How crazy is that? You're gonna spend $1,400 to buy this new console, and then GTA 6 comes out, you can be like, oh shit, I still can't play it. Are you marked up because they can't produce much? High demand versus low supply. I think it's not about marking up. I think it's expensive because of the current prices of PC components, which is fine, but then just delay the machine till when the market is better, like what Sony and Microsoft did with the PlayStation, Xbox. You know. Oh shit, Joe's hungry. Joe's hungry. Alright, well, build a cooking station then, I guess. Okay, so we would like to go there, which means we'd have to move our stuff here. Problem is, I know Joe's missions are back up here, so we're gonna have to at some point come back this way, which is gonna be a little bit annoying. Hmm. Even if they price that thing at $800, so why? I don't understand. To who? That's new. Deep shit clang. No, not me, customer high demand. But what is the okay? You say high demand. What is the demand? Who wants to buy this machine? I'm still trying to understand that. Like, who is the ones demanding it? This high demand you speak of, who is it that's demanding it? I'm not understanding. I need a lockpick shit. Wait 1 second. No, it's principle high demand versus low supply. Okay, but sure. But who's demanding it? Why would you want to... Okay, there is a high demand for cutlery. People need knives and forks to eat food, right? There's a high demand for cutlery. But if I make a $3,000 knife and fork, no one's going to buy it. Even though there's a high demand for it. There's a bit more to market than just demand versus supply. There's also price elasticity and use case availability of different competitive products and whatever. Like, there's demand, but there's also competitors that satisfy that demand. Like, the market isn't in such a situation where every PS5 and Xbox is sold out to the point where if I want to go in a shop right now, I could go buy a PS5. I could go get in my car right now, drive 10 minutes to some store somewhere and go buy a PS5. Why would I buy a Steam machine? If I go into a shop and I see two shelves, one is a Steam machine, one is a PS5. Why would I buy the Steam machine over a PS5? If they're sitting both options right there, why would I choose the one over the other? They're not saying they could produce a lot of consoles. But again, who's gonna buy it? Who actually wants to buy this product? I'm gonna keep asking that's the thing because I just don't understand. What do you mean who? Okay. If you are someone that wants to play, you want to chill back on your couch and you want to play games because you're not a hardcore gamer. You play 2 hours every weekend. You just want to chill and relax. You're going to buy a PlayStation 5. If you like exclusives, you're going to buy a PlayStation 5. If you are a hardcore gamer, you're going to buy a PC or maybe even a PS5 Pro. If you love Steam and you only care about Steam games but you also want something that you can sit back on your couch and play with, you should buy a PC and just use it as a console. You could plug a PC into your TV and get a controller and sit back on your couch anyway. It's better. It's fast. It's better. It's cheaper. Like, I'm trying to understand in what use case scenario would I rather have a Steam machine over any of the other products that exist? Why would I ever want a Steam machine over a PC? Why would I ever want a Steam machine over a PlayStation? Why would I ever want a Steam machine over an Xbox? What is it competing on? Like, everything competes for different markets, right? How does how does a random Nissan or like shitty Nissan, some garbage, I don't know, $10,000 car. I mean, that's not even that garbage. $5,000 car. You can't compare a $5,000 car to a Ferrari, right? The Ferrari is obviously better, but the $5,000 car does something Ferrari doesn't do. It's cheaper. An average person can afford a $5,000 car. The person can afford a Ferrari. It's competing for a market that the other market isn't. What market is this competing on? It's not competing on price. It's not competing on value. It's not competing on performance. What market is it competing for? No PlayStation Plus Steam is backwards compatible. Okay, cool. So you're saying it's competing because PlayStation's shit. I agree. PlayStation's shit. So now I ask you, why would I not just go to the shop right now, spend $1,200, buy a decent gaming PC that's much better than the Steam machine, plug it into my TV, get a controller, sit back on my couch, and use that PC as a Steam machine? Why not do that? It's losing out against PCs as well. There's no market that it's performing well on. Every market it just loses. It just does not have... They can't mass produce, but it doesn't matter if they can't mass produce. If they can't sell one copy, then what's the point? Who is going to buy it? It's not good enough just to say that there's a high demand, people are going to buy it. There's a high demand for fucking toilets. But if someone charges $10,000 for toilets, no one's going to buy it. There's a high demand for toilet paper. If someone charges $400 for a packet of toilet paper, no one's gonna buy it. There's low supply of the product, will sell out. But it's not that low. I could go right now and buy a PC for a cheaper price. It's not like I won't be able to find it. It's not like it's sold at everywhere. If I go on, I don't know where do people buy PCs in the US? What do people use? Newegg? Is that a thing? I think Newegg is a thing. If I go here, I can put together a PC much cheaper. They're in stock. They're here. These things are in stock. They're not all out of stock that I can't buy these things. And it's all cheaper to build than the Steam machine. I can go buy these things. Well, I went to business school, yes, and I got 2 degrees. I got a degree in a BCom degree, which is business economics, and I got a degree in strategic management, an honors degree. I have 2 degrees. I spent 4 years studying. And I'm very well aware you can't just price things as ridiculous and say, okay, well, it's a good idea. It doesn't work that way. You can't. It doesn't make sense. I looked at the performance stats. It's literally performing about the same as a base PlayStation 5. Sometimes better, sometimes a bit worse. So on average, it's roughly about the same performance as a base PS5. And a base PS5 costs less than half. You can't sell a product for twice the amount that delivers the same performance. And then there's other aspects as well that you could argue. You could argue you can play GTA 6 on a PlayStation 5. You cannot play GTA 6 on a Steam machine, for example. You can play the newest God of War on a base PS5. You cannot do that on a Steam machine. You can play all these exclusives. Like, there's that argument too. There's just, it's a nonsensical product. Knowing the market conditions, the price is higher than usual because they can't mass produce. Okay, but then but you can't mass produce, fine. So they don't have so that's where you have to add some kind of other value. So other restaurants, right, they have a hard time competing against McDonald's because McDonald's mass produces burgers, right? They operate on a huge scale. A lot of other soft drinks have a hard time competing with Coca-Cola because Coca-Cola makes a bajillion products, so they have a harder time competing on price. So they look for other things to compete with. Another restaurant says, okay, well, we can't compete with McDonald's on price, but we're going to compete on, I don't know, quality. We're going to make ours, we're going to have like this thing called flame grilled. Our burgers are made with real open fires or whatever. We're going to do that. They compete on a different front. What is this product competing on? Which front is it trying to compete on? It's not winning on any front. You're right. It's hard to compete against Sony because Sony can produce a bajillion consoles, so their economies of scale are better. But then you have to find another reason to market it. You got to say, okay, well, we can't beat you on this aspect, but we can maybe try beat you on that aspect. Our consoles are gonna do this that yours can't do. Ours are gonna do this. We're gonna set ourselves apart from you by doing this. What is this? The form factor? Okay, then go buy a small form factor piece. Wait. Wait. 1 second. All right. So space now. So now you're going into a very niche market where the person cares so much about space. They live in a tiny apartment that they're not willing to buy a big PC that's better. You're saying that they need a small form factor. Okay. Build me the smallest form factor PC you can with a budget of $1,428 USD, because $1,428 is the price that a Steam machine costs if you want 2 terabytes and a controller, which you're going to need, because good luck playing on 500 gigs without a controller. That's not possible. You need to spend $1,400. Let's see what ChatGPT can find me for this budget. Small form factor, by the way. So you can, for this price, with this case, is there a comparison? I can see the size of this thing versus a console. This is what you're giving up for a Steam machine, by the way. Would you rather have this or would you rather have a Steam machine? 5070, right? You know what the Steam machine has in it? The Steam machine has the equivalent of a 3060. So you want to give up a 5070 with 32 gigs of RAM, DDR5 RAM, all this shit for a 3060 Steam machine. I just don't see it. I genuinely don't see it. I see no use case of this. You don't think a normal consumer can build a small PC? Yeah, you can. You go buy it pre-built. Or if you really can't build it yourself, what you can do, right, is you can buy the components, take it to some PC shop, and they'll put it together for you. Or you just build it, or you just buy a pre-built. That also works. 1K for a 3060? Yeah, exactly. It's literally the equivalent of a 3060. It performs about the same as a PS5. It's insanity. No one buys this. You have to be insane to buy this. No one's going to buy it. The only people that are going to buy it are people that are literally... I'm sorry to say, if you buy it, you're just dumb. I have to say it. If you buy it, you're just dumb. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, but it's just true. Like, there's no way. There's no way someone's... Oh, God, Joe's starving. That's not good. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. We need to get food for Joe. Like I said, I'm not even... It's not even about the price that I'm mad about, right? If you were to tell me that there is a new GPU coming out, right? if you were to tell me that you're going to buy, there's a 5090 Ti, and the 5090 Ti, it costs, let's say, $8,000 fucking dollars, insane price. It costs $8,000, and it's only 3% faster than a 5090. You can at least make the argument that, okay, almost no one's going to buy that, but the billionaires and multi-millionaires out there that don't give a shit about a couple of $1,000s, for them, they might buy it because they go, well, I don't care about money. I'm just going to buy the best possible one. You can make that argument. There is at least a subjective argument to say, well, $8,000 for a 5090 Ti is a complete scam. But if you really want the absolute best of the best, some weirdos might buy it. But there is no use case that I can think of to buy this. Hey, Joe. Don't waste food on Joe. He'll die soon anyway. I mean, we'll save him. We need to save his dad. We've saved Joe last time. Now we need to save Joe's dad. So we need to keep Joe alive. We gotta save his dad. I believe. I need to find food from there or I'm screwed. But yeah, I just don't understand it. It just, again, it makes no sense to me. It's not a PC replace the console replacement. Why? You can turn a PC into a console if you wanted to. And again, consoles are better. In almost every way, consoles are better. The only thing you can tell me that this is better for. And Ray, the T1 resub for 28 months.
Trying to save Joe's dad.
28 months trying to save Joe's dad. To be fair, it's actually the first time I actually want to try to save Joe's dad. To be fair, but yeah. Welcome back. I think consoles are better. And I think if you really are hyper obsessed with Steam games, because all you want to do is play Steam games, you don't give a shit about console exclusives and you just don't like consoles, I would just buy a small factor PC with a 5070 for the same price and use that as a console, because you can use a PC as a console. If you plug a PC into your TV, right, you could use it as a console. Like, you can literally use a PC as a console if you really wanted to. Does anyone really have a PC tower? I mean, use it like that, but for this price tag, why would you want something that has a 3060 in terms of performance when you can buy a 5070 PC? Why would you? Who would do that? I just don't understand who would do that. To me, I cannot see a single use case for the Steam machine. I don't see a single person that... The first one was with Alienware 10 years ago. But wait, what? First one what? Okay. Google it. I'm always typing. Just explain to what you're saying. Alienware Steam machine. I don't know what Alienware has done in the past. I know that I know that from what little I do know, I know that Alienware has released a lot of weird products that no one really likes, and even to this day, Alienware has. People don't really. I mean, Alienware monitors still do alright. I've got an Alienware monitor. I also think that buying branded PCs are stupid. Like, just who cares if it's Alienware, Dell, whatever. What matters is whatever's inside of whatever hardware is inside of it. That's what actually matters. No one gives a shit about Alienware, Dell, MSI. Doesn't really make a difference. This is not the first time they did it. Okay, but has it been successful before? If it was successful, why aren't they still doing it? Sony's still doing it. Xbox is still doing it. If it made them money, why would they not keep doing it? The fact they're not doing it anymore tells me it didn't go very well for them. They don't have the production lines. Okay. So no one can start off small and grow bigger? I mean, if I would start a cupcake business, I wouldn't be able to make 1 million cupcakes a day. I'd be able to make like maybe 50 cupcakes a day. But if they all sell out, I can expand and expand and expand. But if they're not selling very well, I'm going to give up and say, yeah, that's not worth my time. If they sold out, then they would go, oh, damn, that was very successful. We should expand this. Clearly, they haven't done that. So I'm assuming it didn't go as well as they hoped it would. I'm telling you now, it's going to fail. I promise you right now, I can guarantee this product will fail. I can guarantee in a couple of years from now, you won't even see this product being sold anymore. It will be completely off markets. It won't exist. Steam machine. There's just nothing that does better than anything else. Every other consumer use case has something that does its job better. 4 years of life cycle, I'd say, is not a failure. I mean, what's a failure depends on how much it sells. That is ultimately what determines failure or not. Not everyone. Okay, but it will. You're right. It will sell. 2 copies is not good enough. It has to sell a certain amount for it to make a profit. Even if it sells, if 10,000 people buy it, that's still a failure. It needs more than that. You do understand the costs involved to make a product like this is quite high, and to actually recuperate that cost, they have to sell a fairly decent amount in order to actually recuperate the cost. Oh shit, he's sick. That's not good. Jeez, Frank, why the fuck are you like dying? We're not gonna stay very long, are we? They can't mass produce. I understand they can't mass produce. I mean, they probably can mass produce a little bit. I mean, this is going to be mass produced. They are going to mass produce it. Maybe not to the extent that Sony can, but like a product like this, it is a mass production product. Maybe not like 5 billion copies like Sony, or not. Maybe not 5 billion units like Sony can do, but nonetheless, it is something that does get mass produced. So let's actually get that out of the way. It is a mass-produced product, but it's not even just about mass production. It's just not going to sell, because who wants to buy it? I don't see who would want to buy this product. Doesn't make sense to me. Haven't seen in a while. How have things been? Not too bad. How are you doing? How have you been? What have you been up to? You understand that they can't mass produce that's high price. But that's not enough of a reason alone. You can't just say, okay, we can't. Okay, so in South Africa we have a couple of so you have McDonald's, right? You have McDonald's. There's a lot of competing restaurants that can't compete with the same price point as McDonald's. You get something called Steers, which is a South African brand, right? And this is how Steers differentiates themselves from McDonald's, right? Steers it's a nice. Their burgers are quite nice. They're very good. This is Steers. And they're more expensive than McDonald's, right? They cost more than McDonald's. Like I can go into the McDonald's website, you can see the prices, but this is Steers. I like their burgers, they're quite nice. Now the way that Steers differentiates themselves, and they've done this for years, is they go for this flame grilled. Everything is flame grilled. Their slogan is literally, it's flame grilled. Oh, flame grilled, it just tastes better. They know they can't beat McDonald's in terms of scale. So what they do is they go, so why would someone buy our burgers over McDonald's? Everyone eats food, right? Everyone wants to eat. So surely we can price it whatever. People eat because people need to eat food. Doesn't work that way. People have choice. People can go to Burger King, they can go to McDonald's. So why would someone come to this place and eat here? Because they have real flame, that they market themselves as better quality than McDonald's. We use real meat. Ours is flame grilled. Ours is better. So they're competing against McDonald's, not on a value perspective, not on a price perspective, but on a quality perspective. They promise you higher quality than McDonald's, and that's why you pay a bit more for Steers. So they're competing against McDonald's on a quality perspective, right? There's another one that's similar to this. It's called Spur. It's even more so than this. Then you get Spur. And Spurs is a similar thing. It's like a fast food steakhouse almost. It's like a family restaurant that's like a steakhouse that it's even more like I would say it's I wouldn't call it like a high, like super high quality. It's not fine dining. It's literally fast food as well, but it's a bit more how do I say it? It's a bit more like, you know, a steakhouse kind of thing. And their price is even more expensive, but the way they justify it is even higher quality. It's like a steakhouse. It's got like, that's how they differentiate their products against competitors. No one can compete with McDonald's in terms of price. You can't. McDonald's wins prices always. They sell on mass scales that no one else can even dream of. So you look for other things to compete against them. It's the same principle. This applies for everything. What is Steam competing on? They're not competing on price. They're not competing on performance. They're not competing on value. They lose against everything else in every other situation. Why would you buy one? That's what I'm trying to say. You can't do an analogy. Yes, you can. This is the same. Yes, you can. Right? Listen, Apple got the fucking CEO of Pepsi to become the CEO. They got the CEO of Pepsi to become the CEO of Apple like 30 years ago. Because the things, these principles apply to different, it doesn't matter. Business is business. Economics is economics. Yeah, you can say the market conditions are a little bit different between different industries, but at the same day, the same principle applies across the board. Apple buys Samsung parts. Yeah, no, everyone buys Samsung parts because Samsung just has far better and cheaper. They produce on a scale that makes them cheaper, so everyone buys Samsung parts. I know, I'm aware of this. Good luck trying to buy these components from other companies. They'll be like 10 times the price. Samsung has a monopoly on that. But again, I don't know what the point of that. That doesn't even make any difference. You have to find something to compete on. Now, if you have another company that produces way higher quality than Samsung, but way more expensive, They will have a smaller market, but they will at least have something they can say, we can compete on this front. But there's nothing that Steam Machine competes on. There's nothing. It doesn't compete on quality. It doesn't compete on value. It competes on nothing. There's not one value that I think a Steam Machine is better than a PC or a console or anything. It just does nothing. Haircut there? Yep, actual haircut. Exactly why Steam Machine is expensive. But if you're going to be expensive, listen, it's fine to be expensive. I'm not saying being expensive is bad. You can make expensive products. There's nothing wrong with expensive products. But then it has to be justified with something. You can't just make something expensive for the sake of being expensive. There needs to be a justification. There needs to be a reason why someone would spend that money. What is the justification for a Steam Machine? I've got nothing against expensive products. If you want to make a $10,000 GPU, that's the best GPU ever made, go for it. There's nothing wrong with expensive. But it has to be a reason for it. If you want to make a 5090 Ti and make it $6,000 and make it only 3% better than a regular 5090, cool, go for it. Very few people are going to buy it, but the millionaires and billionaires out there are going to buy it because they want the absolute best. There's a reason for it. Not a reason I would personally buy it, but there is a reason another consumer might buy it. I can't see a reason why someone would buy a Steam Machine. Any consumer for that matter. Happens all the time, fashion. Fashion is different because fashion, the thing about fashion, right? Fashion is all about branding. Now, it depends on who you're trying to market things towards on fashion. Fashion is, it's all about brand, but clothes is subjective. Clothes has one purpose, to protect your body, right? Almost every clothing can do that. Protect your body, right? Obviously when it comes to like extremes, when it comes to snow and stuff, you need specific clothes, but just regular clothing, almost any clothing protects your body. The extra that you pay is for branding. But you don't buy consoles as an accessory, not as a fashion statement. No one sees your console. You're not showing off to public. You don't take your fucking Steam Machine out with you in public and be like, oh, look at me, I got a Steam Machine. So there's no value in having branding for a Steam Machine. No one sees it, only you see it. It's pointless. Clothing is a bit different because it's an accessory, an extension of yourself. It's going out in public and being like, oh, look at me, I've got the fancy fucking branding of whatever bullshit. Personally, by the way, I will never buy expensive clothing, even if I was a billionaire, because I don't see any value in it. But you know, there is a purpose of it. That does not apply to console because or PC because yeah. Hey, Death Ray, welcome in. Don't buy it because they're none the wiser. But you could say the same about any product in history. You could say the consumer's dumb and will buy it because they're ill-informed. But that can be said about any product. There's always going to be some stupid person that buys it. But yet products fail all the time. It's not good enough. You can't just target the moron that buys it because they're somehow smart enough to be a millionaire to afford prices like this, but they're dumb. They're so dumb they can't figure out what's better, which is quite a weird. I don't know how many consumers fit into that bracket, but even in that the case, that can be said about any product. Anyone can say, well, maybe idiots will buy it. Okay, fair, but idiots buy everything all the time. It doesn't mean that it's gonna be a sustainable business model to target idiots only. Okay, I should actually take this jewelry because this is new, right? This is new content. So I'm gonna ditch that, take the jewelry because we can actually trade it probably at some point. I want to take that. Oh god, there's so many things to take here. This will be a success. Possibly. I can't fathom how, but yeah. I personally believe this is one of the worst products I've ever seen. I simply cannot see a single case where someone would want to buy this. If they're rich, they'll buy a PC. If they're If they have a very limited budget, they'll buy a console. If they love Steam and they hate console, they'll buy a PC and use it as a console. I just don't see who buys this. Even if this thing was like $200 cheaper, I still don't see who would buy this. I just don't see it. I simply don't see it. I don't even wish this. The Mac Mini is a small PC factor that is already $800. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know that much about Apple products lately because their products are indeed very overpriced very often and they don't work with anything. But from what little I do understand about Apple, there is a use case. There's a professional use case. Apparently, from what I understand, now, again, I don't know that much about Apple because the only Apple product I really use is this. But from what little I understand about Apple is their PCs or the laptops and whatever are quite expensive, but apparently they're very good for professional use cases. There actually is a use case that people do swear by them. So there is a use case for it. Personally, I don't know much about it, but that's what I've heard. Why is this dude still so like, dying here? Okay, we should probably start heading back now because Joe's missions... Wait, where does Joe needs to... Taxi Depot and Fire Station 13. Fire Station 8. There's the Taxi Depot, so I need to go up here. So I'm going to move here. Oh, the zombies come back in, really? Oh, that's annoying. I can go here and see if I can find something here first. Suppose. We just have Apple brand nowadays. Apple's only, but the thing is, Apple, although their products are overpriced, they are competing in a market. Apple have this thing about this. First of all, the way Apple competes with their overpriced products, and again, I think you guys understand me. I'm not complaining that something. I'm not saying that pricing things expensively is bad. Like you can't, expensive products do well. Like I'm not saying because the product is too expensive it's bad. That's not what I'm saying. But you have to justify that price with something. You have to be saying it's expensive because we offer this value. It's expensive but you get this. It's expensive but you can't get this anywhere. Apple does it with the two things. They try to make an ecosystem where all Apple products work well together in a certain way so that you can wait 1 second. I need to fix something. Infuriating. One second. Right. Okay. Back to what I was saying. So Apple tried to justify their price in a couple of ways. A, they tried to oh shit, you can make slop. Apple tried to justify the price a couple of ways. A, they try to make their whole system like an ecosystem. When you buy an Apple product, it works very well in a very nice way with other Apple products. They all work well together, but they don't work as well. They still work with other products, but they don't work as well. So when you buy an Apple Watch, you see all these features that work very well with an iPhone. So you want to buy an iPhone now too, and because you got an iPhone, you want to buy this, and then suddenly you want that. That's how Apple provide value to justify their increased cost. Also, another way they provide value is Apple's products. Their software is controlled very heavily by Apple, which has a downside. The downside is you can't customize your apps, and the way you have less control over your phone than you do on an Android. But the upside is everything is very tailor suited in a very controlled manner so that your end product works very well. Like iOS software works exceptionally well because the user experience is controlled very heavily by Apple. So they can fine tune it exactly to the way that they want for the consumer. Whereas Android says, okay, we're not going to control it. Do what you want. Have fun. Go crazy. But then you can run into issues and you can run into things that don't. The same as can be said about a PC. That's why, Windows is nice because you can do what you want, whereas Mac is nice because everything just works because it's controlled. But there is a justification for it. There is a reason for it. You could disagree with the reason, say, for me, I prefer Windows because that justification isn't worth it for me, or I prefer Mac because of this. But there is a reason. I cannot see a reason for the Steam machine. I see no justification. I see no benefit. I see no pro. If you want to list all the pros and the cons, the pros table is empty for me. I see 0 pros. I only see cons. That's what I'm saying. Then how the Steam machine controller sold out. I don't know much about the controller, to be fair. I know very little about the controller. I don't know what it's. That's how little I cared about it. I just didn't even bother checking what it did. I don't know if it did anything different or anything special compared to the regular like PlayStation controller or whatever, but yeah. I just didn't even pay attention to that product launch. Can Daryl do something? Not really. I guess he's just going to sleep, I suppose. Do you know how many they're making? I mean, personally, I don't really care how many they're making. Because I just don't know whether they make 10 or whether they make 100,000. I don't really understand who wants to buy this. One of the most famous speeches, or one of the most famous things Steve Jobs said, right? There was once someone that very rudely asked him a question. Let me see if I can find the clip and I'll show you. Steve Jobs, you can say what you want about him, but he was a genius when it came to like his understanding of the market. Steve Jobs was definitely, I mean, it's objectively true. He was a genius. Let me see if I can find this clip.
Yes.
Mr. Jobs, you're a bright and influential man.
Here it comes.
It's sad and clear that on several counts you've discussed, you don't know what you're talking about. I would like, for example, for you to express in clear terms how, say, Java, in any of its incarnations, addresses the ideas embodied in OpenDoc. And when you're finished with that, perhaps you could tell us what you personally have been doing for the last 7 years.
Now watch his response.
You can please some of the people some of the time. But one of the hardest things when you're trying to affect change is that people like this gentleman are right in some areas. I'm sure that there are some things OpenDoc does, probably even more that I'm not familiar with, that nothing else out there does. And I'm sure that you can make some demos, maybe a small commercial app that demonstrates those things. The hardest thing is, how does that fit in to a cohesive, larger vision that's going to allow you to sell $8 billion, $10 billion of product a year? And one of the things I've always found is you've got to start with the customer experience and work backwards to the technology. You can't start with the technology and try to figure out where you're going to try to sell it. And I've made this mistake probably more than anybody else in this room. And I've got the scar tissue to prove it. And I know that it's the case. And as we have tried to come up with a strategy and a vision for Apple, it started with what incredible benefits can we give to the customer?
What incredible benefits can you give to the customer? Exactly. If you make a product and you started off by saying, oh, we got this cool piece of technology, how do we sell it to customers? You're not understanding your customers. You got some people in a lab building something, but maybe the thing you're building doesn't actually give customers value that they want. It's a cool little product, but it doesn't do anything like valuable. Now, you need to start also, what do customers want? What do customers need? And you build a product around that need. What value does a steam machine provide that another competitor provides? It doesn't make sense. If Steve Jobs were alive, he would say this product's also shit. Because I don't understand the value. I don't understand who it's built towards. Did I tell you there's a market? But who? Tell me the market. Describe the market to me. It's not good. You can't just tell me there's a market. Trust me, bro. Describe this market and why. Like, give me actual facts and reasons. Like, describe this market. You say there's a market. Why? Describe them to me. Without telling me source trust me, bro. I don't want source trust me, bro. No, I don't need like you to give me like a comprehensive like fucking academic paper and give me like site sources, but just like give me like logical explanations as to who this market is. Why would they buy this? I want like no one you know, you're not telling me this. I want to understand what use case scenario and why you buy this, because everyone's just telling me things like, oh, but supply versus demand. Oh, but this, but that. No one's telling me who buys it and why. No one's telling me that. Not absorbing it? No, but you're just telling me about supply and demand and that kind of stuff. I want to know why you buy it. You say someone wants a small form factor? Okay, then buy a console. You say people don't like PlayStation because PlayStation sucks? Fine. You know what? I mean, we can argue on that fact, but I'm not even going to argue that. Let's assume we pretend that PlayStation does indeed suck and no one wants to buy a PlayStation. Fine. We say PlayStation sucks. But then I say to you, buy a gaming buy a regular PC that's cheaper, better, plug it to a TV and use a controller on it, then you can use the piece as a console. But then you tell me, okay, but pieces are big and ugly. Why would you want to put a piece in your lounge? And I tell you, okay, then buy a small factor PC. It'll cost you a little bit more. You can downgrade the components a little bit, and it will still be better than a Steam machine, and it will still function the same way, and it will be small form factor. I don't understand a single market that this product works in. There isn't anyone that would buy this. It doesn't make sense. Now, you say, I say there's not anyone's going to buy it. I'm sure it will sell at some tiny amount of copies because, you know, some people do buy dumb things, but it's not enough to be a sustainable product that will last like in the long run, because like it's not going to be successful because it's no market. If they only made 20K, then I guess it doesn't matter. It does matter, because how do you make a profit off of, you know, with economies of scale, you have huge overhead costs. You got to pay for rent for the facilities that build these things. You got to pay mass amounts of money for electrical costs, for all the fixed costs, right? The variable costs don't matter. So when it comes to, I don't know why I'm going into this detail, but when it comes to, if you're McDonald's, right, and you have a big, let's say you're a restaurant, right, you're paying, I don't know, let's say you're paying $5,000 a month on rent, let's just say. It's probably more than that, or maybe less. I don't know. Fuck, whatever. $5,000 a month on rent. Let's just say it's $5,000. You're paying a certain amount of money on all these on machinery. So your machinery, let's say, costs, I don't know. Let's say your machinery costs $50,000, whatever. Let's just say your machinery and all the things you use to make burgers cost $50,000, whatever. There's fixed costs. These prices aren't going to change. This stays the same no matter what. Whether you sell one burger, whether you sell 1 million burgers, this price stays the same. So now, your variable cost, the meat, your meat costs, let's say, I don't know, $1 per burger, right? That's how much it costs per meat. Now, the more you sell, the more this value goes up. So every burger you sell, let's say you make, I don't know, you sell it for $3. Let's say every burger you sell for $3, right? So now your variable costs, so let's say it costs $1, but you sell it for $3. These numbers aren't accurate, but you know, go with me. So now every time you make a burger, you make $2 profit. So now you can start working at how many of these burgers do you have to sell to break even against those costs, right? So you have to sell a pretty large amount of burgers to make that back. So it's no good that McDonald's sits there and sells 10 burgers a day and says, okay, look, we're selling burgers, we're making a profit. No, they have to sell a lot of burgers to make up this fucking fixed cost. That's where economies of scales come in, right? So if they're just making a small amount of consoles, like let's say, I don't know, 20,000 consoles, how are they going to turn that into a profit? They've got huge fixed costs with this machine. They've had to hire a lot of people to make this, to the product. There's a lot of costs involved. You have to sell a certain amount of consoles to make this price back. How are they going to do that? Rayra, this is I understand that fast food and and consoles are very different. I understand there's a lot of, but these core principles are everywhere. In everything you do, there are fixed costs and there are variable costs. The fixed costs stay the same regardless how many you sell. The variable costs go up with the more you sell. So you use the more you sell, the more your costs go up. But if you sell, even if they sell only one console, they still have a bajillion dollar costs. You can't just sell one console and say, look, we made a $200 profit on this one console. We sold it for a $200 markup. No, you made a huge loss because of your fixed costs. That's how it works. That principle stays the same regardless of industry. That stays the same whether you're talking about electronics, whether you're talking about clothing, whether you're talking about food, whether you're talking about cars, anything. That principle stays the same. It is always the same. That principle stays there, always. There is, it just does not make any kind of sense to me. Where's Jar? I need to send Jar on a mission here. Also, this guy is starving. Holy crap. I have an electronics engineering and master. Okay, first of all, having a degree in electronics does not mean you have an understanding. You can be the smartest person in electronics in the world, right? That is, we're talking about business here. We're not talking about actual electronics. Second of all, I actually have a degree in business. I have two. I've got a degree in business in BCom, which is business and commerce, and I've got a degree in strategic management. So I have 2 degrees. I've got an honors degree and a regular degree. So if you want to throw degrees around here, I'm going to beat you. I've got 4 years in it. I don't think you've been studying for 4 years, and I don't think you have an honors degree. So if you want to throw degrees around here, I've got 2 of them. First of all, and I got it in the right field. It's business. You're talking about electronics. Being someone that makes electronic component doesn't mean you know shit about business. Now, I'm not going to say you don't know shit about business because I don't know you well enough. But I will say that I actually do have a degree. Let's not throw degrees around here because I have them too. I also have degrees. We're not going to strong arm me and be like, I've got degrees. You don't know nothing. I do have degrees. I do know what I'm talking about. You're not going to throw weight around here with degrees and try to be like, oh, I'm stupid. I'm a streamer that I don't know shit. I'm an educated streamer. I have an education. I'm not your moron that has no education that just did stream because I'm stupid. That's not me. All right. So now we put the degrees aside. Again, I want to have a conversation about what is the value. At the end of the day, every product has to give value to a consumer for them to buy it. And you can say even for like fashion, if you want to talk about fashion, because you mentioned fashion earlier, or someone mentioned fashion earlier when it came to expensive products. Fashion also, even expensive clothing that costs like $2,000 for a shirt, that has value to some customers. Those customers are trying to have self-expression. They're trying to show off their wealth, that they have value. When they show up to a party and they're wearing their fancy, there's a social value in that for them. Now, you can make an argument that social value isn't worth it, whatever. There is a value in it for them. But I'm trying to understand, where is the value in this machine for who? I genuinely don't see the value in it. And you're going to say, okay, but maybe you don't see the value. Doesn't mean someone else won't see the value. Fair enough. But then describe to me the value of that person, this hypothetical person, who, what is the value they would find? Describe to me this customer. Tell me what they eat, how they sleep. Tell me what their goals are in life. Explain this customer to me. You know? I'm just trying to understand what this customer does with their life if they want this machine. They're not competing in value, obviously, then they would. Okay, so they're not competing in value. Cool. They're not competing in price. Cool. Now we've established what they're not competing in. What are they competing in? They can't mass produce meet a high demand. Okay, so how many consoles do you think they need to sell in order to make a profit? Because they have huge fixed costs, like any business does, especially one that's doing this kind of stuff. They have big fixed costs, right? How do they meet their fixed costs? How many do they have to sell in order to break even? At the end of the day, the first major milestone you need is break even. If your product cannot break even, it's automatically a failure. It has to be able to at least break even. How many do they need to sell in order to break even? Now, you won't be able to tell me. I won't be able to tell you. I don't think anyone will be able to tell us. That I'm not sure. You could maybe try ask AI and see what AI has to say, but I'm not certain. And I don't even think AI would know for a fact either. But they have to sell a certain amount of copies to break even. Now, I doubt they will even be able to break even with this. And even if they do break even, they still have to then they've got to reach another threshold, the threshold of sustainability. Will this product work long term? Will people keep buying it? And is there a reason this will last for 5, 10, 20 years? Are we going to ever be able to keep this long term to be able to sustain? That's the second threshold they have to break. And I seriously doubt they could ever. I don't even think they could beat the first threshold, just breaking even, let alone turning this into like an actual long term product that can actually compete in the grand scheme of things. If you already make a PC equivalent right, it's $1,050. Okay, first of all, this $1,050 doesn't work because for A, it's 500 gigabytes. 500 gigabytes isn't enough. Hell, probably GTA 6 is going to be 500 gigabytes alone, just the game itself. So 500 gigabytes is not enough to have a comfortable like gaming experience. You need at least 1 terabyte minimum. Like 500 gigabytes. Hell, PS4 was 500 gigabytes, and I couldn't even deal with my 500 gigabyte PS4. It was horrible. I had to delete games every fucking 5 minutes. Hell, you know, Ark Survival, the survival craft is a 420 gigabyte game. Just one game. You could play Ark Survival and your whole Steam machine would be saturated, which is nuts. So 500 gigabytes is not good enough. So you have to buy the 2 terabyte model, which puts you at least at $1,300 and something. Now you need you need a controller, otherwise what's the point? So you need to buy the one with the controller. So at the end of the day, you're gonna have to buy the one that's $1,400 and something. You can't buy the $1,050 one because that's just a horrible experience. Now, you spend $1,400, that's expensive. You can buy like almost 3 PS5s for that much. You can buy a pretty decent gaming PC for that much. One with a 5070 in it. And if you have a 5070, what the fuck are you doing with the Steam machine? You're gonna say again. You're gonna say, I know you're shouting it. You're obviously gonna play on your couch. You're gonna want to lie down your lounge on your bed and play it. Fair enough. You can do that with a small form factor. It doesn't even have to be a small form factor. You could just get a large PC case. But if you really want, because you live in a fucking one of those Japanese shoeboxes that has their bedroom, the one room apartment that has their toilet like hanging over their bed and their kitchen like by their feet, and you fucking sitting there in like a coffin sized apartment, even then you can buy a small factor gaming PC that's also going to be cheaper and better. I just don't understand it. Why are RAM storage prices so expensive? Low supply? Well, it's not as simple as that. You could dumb it down to low supply. It's because AI is buying up all the RAM. It's because the Micron, which by the way, have you seen Micron? I can't remember if it's Micron. I can't remember the name now. One of them, they've actually their stock price has been tanking, and they've actually been doing pretty bad. The one that decided they're going to start cutting off the consumer market and going straight for what's it called? I'm just going to say big corporations. They've actually, I think they might be regretting the decision because their prices have degraded or their stock price has degraded so much since doing that. And RAM prices have started to, since then, since people have heard about the fact that it's not working very well for them. Also, ChatGPT, when they mentioned that they're actually operating at a loss, RAM prices have recently come down a bit. Now, granted, they're still inflated, but they've at least started coming down again because people have started hearing that this is actually not a very good business model. But yeah. You both talk about different points, but I'm addressing Rayra's point. No one's addressing my point. I'm talking about all the points here. I've addressed every point Rayra has made, but no one's addressing really my point. My point is, again, who is going to buy this? Describe this consumer. We keep talking about market conditions, about price, about inflation, about this, or supply versus demand, blah, 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 whatever. But at the end of the day, we need to ask ourselves, like all products, who is this for? Why would they buy this over competing products? And I still have not gotten an answer for that. Custom demographics? Not custom demographics, not like, well, you could tell me age or whatever, but I just want you to describe me, the person. Tell me who buys this. Tell me, like, I just want you, like, genuinely just tell me, describe this person. Picture them in your mind, right? Tell me what this person, what their income level is, why would they buy this, what value does it give them, why do they need this product? If, like, for example, right, I'll tell you, I would tell you, let me describe the product. Let me do it for iPhone, right? Who buys this? So someone that wants a big screen. So this is the iPhone 14 Pro Max, right? So you buy the Pro Max because you have big fingers. You want a bigger screen. So you buy the expensive, the more expensive Pro Max because you don't like small fingers, right? That's who buys this one. It's also Pro Max for the people that buy this. They have a little bit more income than the average person because it's a more expensive phone. So you don't mind spending a premium because you want extra features, like, for example, the 144 hertz screen. You want What else does the Pro Max do? You got a better camera. You got 3 cameras there. Maybe you like taking photos. You know, you're a photo enthusiast. You like going around taking higher quality photos. So you get the Pro Max for this. I've now described the person that wants to buy this one. I want you to do the same thing for me, but I want you to do it for the Steam Machine. Who buys it and why do they buy it? The point is only the expensive because the world is expensive. That's fine. I understand that. I understand the world is expensive right now and the PC market sucks. I understand that it might not be out of malice from Steam's from Valve's point of view. They might be like going, okay, you know what? The market sucks. We can't get this thing any cheaper. We really want to make it cheaper, but we can't. That's fair. But then you delay it. Sony have released their consoles like every 6 years. We have no word on PS6. We possibly might not even get a PS6 next year. So Sony and Microsoft, they've also obviously identified, damn, the market sucks right now. We're not going to release our next gen consoles in this market. We're going to wait. So they've obviously delayed. Do the same thing that they're doing. Delay with them. Because selling in this condition is just not going to work. Oh, shit. Damn it. No, you're not killing Joe. Ah! No Joe dying. Did I miss a survivor? Yeah, I'm gonna get there now. You can afford to buy it. Okay, but the people that can afford to buy it, now that's fine. People, you say that people can afford to buy it, sure. But that person that can afford to buy it, now I'm gonna ask you, why would they choose this over an existing higher end PC? For the same price. That will be better. So now you're forced to argue with me based on convenience because of the fact that it's a smaller form factor. But then I'm still going to argue and say, even with that argument, I can make a small form factor PC that will have better specs. You see what I mean? I can already plan this whole argument out of my head and see what you're going to say, and then say that you cannot use the argument that people that have money, because I will naturally have the counter argument. But people with money, they will buy a gaming PC, and they can buy it for the same price, if not better, cheaper, and better. Charge anything for people to buy it? I mean, sure, if they want to sell it as a collector's item, then I guess you could make an argument. I could get behind that. If they were to like brand it as some limited edition collector's item, fine. I mean, I would say that that's still a very dumb strategy, but I could at least understand someone will buy it then for collector purposes. I mean, I don't think you'd be able to sell a product like that on a scale that's sustainable, but I could at least somewhat kind of understand that, but I just don't understand this at all. People that have money usually don't waste it, they invest it. Well, I mean, kind of. It depends. I mean, rich people do sometimes waste money. It depends. People with money tend to, I do agree, they're a little bit smarter with the money. The ones that actually work for their money. Obviously, someone just got lucky and they came into money. Then they're usually, that's kind of the saying, easy come, easy go. You know, some little rich kid grandfather died who's a multimillionaire and they inherit all their money. They're very likely to go blowing it all away because they're stupid. But if someone actually works for their money, they know the value of the money, how hard they have to work for it. So they typically will be a little bit more careful with money. So it depends a little bit on that. But yes, people with money typically are a little bit more... upset stomach. How are we going to fix this? I need medicine. Higher moral baseline. Get on the moral baseline. Yeah, but Concord wasn't like... Concord failed. Concord failed. Like I don't think they've turned a profit over there. That's at the end of the day. I'm arguing this. We can argue that it will sell. I'm sure Concord sold some copies. I'm sure Highguard sold some copies, but some copies is not enough. You need to sell more than just some to actually turn a profit. That's the thing. Like some just isn't good enough. Now where we really gonna have a hard time arguing is when we try to determine the amount they need to sell in order to make a profit, because that I don't know and you don't know. We both don't know. That we're both gonna have a hard time arguing about. Right, Joe didn't do his mission here. I guess we got to move higher up. I guess we just move now. Fuck it. Steam generates more money than the console. True, Steam. You're right. Steam will not be massively affected whether this fails. That you are correct about. Steam has a lot of money, and this isn't gonna like bankrupt them. Completely true. That still doesn't mean it's a good idea, because you're still wasting money for no reason. But yes, this won't bankrupt Steam or cause them to go under. They have a lot of money, and a product like this wouldn't kill them. But that still doesn't justify doing it. No one just does things because, yeah, why not? At least no one should do things because just why not? Alright, let's go find Joe's dad. Slice the console market, they're not gonna take a slice of the console market. They're gonna launch this product and it's gonna be pulled from the shelves in like a year or two. That's what's gonna happen. It's just not gonna work. It just won't. Hell, even look how much Microsoft is struggling in the console market. Microsoft have continuously spoken about how much they're struggling. If Microsoft is struggling, and I would much prefer to buy an Xbox over this thing. If Microsoft is struggling, how the fuck is the Steam machine gonna survive? It's a way worse product than an Xbox. Not to mention Microsoft's also a much bigger company too. Like Microsoft is like second or third biggest company in the world. What's their market cap? Like $4 trillion or something? 3.5? Something like that? And even they're struggling in this market. You'll be lucky if you see it there. No, you won't. I can go into the shop right now easily and go find a PlayStation. If someone donate me like $500, I'll come back in half an hour and go get a new PS5 easily. I'll go down to the shop. I'll fucking take my phone with me and go and stream it. I'll go to the shop right now and go buy a PS5 easily. The market isn't in a situation that's so bad that you can't find anything. Like, sure, it's not the best market ever. It's not like... It's definitely not in a great position, but this isn't like a you can't find anything kind of market. It's the prices are expensive, not because of excess demand, but because companies are restructuring to cater more towards data centers, AI, than to humans. Like even fucking what's his face, Jeff Bezos said something ridiculous lately, like. The biggest, what would you say? Something about like the biggest, one of the biggest issues with AI is that humans demand too much water that could be better used for AI. Something like that. I'm paraphrasing a lot here, which is an absurd thing to say, but like It's just that companies are trying to restructure so that they can better meet the demands of AI, and they're trying to cater less towards like regular people, but again, what that's caused in reality is caused PC prices to become significantly more expensive, but it's caused console prices to, yeah, I would say more minor. Console prices have, it's kind of funny, right? You can see the price elasticity of console because consoles are competing on a demographic that is a lot more price sensitive, right? When a PlayStation goes up by $50, everyone loses their minds. Everyone like goes, holy shit, PlayStation's going up $50, and it's like, I see like a billion people talking about it. If I don't know, 4070 or 5080 went up $50, no one even noticed it. Why? Because the people that buy 4070s or 4080s or 4090s, they're not a particularly price sensitive market. Oh shit. They aren't going to care that much whether you put the price up by like $50. Whereas someone that's a PlayStation gamer, $50 matters a lot to them because they're literally oh god. Oh, shit. Run, Joe! Oh no. I don't want Joe to die. I want to do this quest. I'm gonna alter fork. I want to see this quest. It's a bit cheating, but I kind of have to. Because otherwise I gotta start all over again. I don't feel like starting all over again. I gotta do it, chat. I gotta do it. I'm sorry. I have to. I blame you guys. You guys are making me distracted. I want to see Joe's quest. I haven't done it before. That's a big rip. Yeah, the demand. It's not because of price or anything. The demand is. It's not like demand has gone up. It's just the fact that supply has been redistributed to other things like AI and whatever. But again, the console market, you got to be very careful, right? You with the console market, it's a very price sensitive market. So you have to, a $50 increase on a PS5, people are going to talk about it. People are not going to be happy. A $50 increase on a 4080, no one cares. I mean, okay, maybe no one cares a bit too, not quite no one cares, but they don't care as much at least. Like, it's not going to really be the difference between someone going, okay, I'm not buying this machine. 50, you tell me I've got to spend, what does a 4080 cost nowadays? I don't even know. $700 on a 4080 rather than $650? I refuse. It's less price sensitive. But consoles, because you're literally trying to offer consoles, one of the markets they're competing with is people that they don't have much money, right? Not every console. I'm not saying every console gamer doesn't have much money. I'm just saying that one of the consumer or target audiences for consoles are people that don't have, they have enough money to maybe play games. So like middle class people, but they don't have enough to like just waste money on a high end GPU. So they buy a where the fuck is the, so they buy a PlayStation. If you increase the price by $50, that person is now very unhappy because that person's already somewhat struggling with life. $50 for them is enough to make them go, hang on, that hurts. So you're competing, if you're going to be a console, if you're competing with the Steam machine, you're also competing in a market that is also fairly price set, or one of the audiences that you're trying to compete with is fairly price sensitive. So you've essentially completely thrown away that audience because you can't cater towards them. Now they're competing on the same market that they're competing with on PCs. The people that have money, less price sensitive, and I just don't see that market wanting to buy this. Like that audience they're trying, that they naturally have to cater towards, I don't see them wanting to buy this product. I need to switch things out, yeah. I need this. product's not for me. Obviously, it's not for me. It doesn't have to be for me. It's obviously not for me. But again, if someone makes a $6,000 5090 Ti, it's also not for me. But I can at least somewhat play devil's advocate and try to defend it. I can say, well, you know, for a 5090 Ti, if you're a billionaire and you don't care about price, you're gonna buy it because you want the very best. I can say there's at least I physically can't. I don't even know how to play devil's advocate on this product. I genuinely don't even know how to devil's advocate the Steam machine. So the living room game, yeah, but again, that defense, which is obviously the most common defense, I can tear apart very easily and say, well, buy a form factor PC and it's the same thing, if not better. Like even the perfect defense, well, not the perfect defense, but rather even the main selling point, I can very easily, like Naples, right? If I say to you there's a $6,000 5090, I can make the argument that it's for people with a lot of money that can afford to buy the very best, and you can't deny that. You can say, okay, cool, but for me personally, I'm not that. I think that's a very small. It's a very small target audience, but you can at least, you can't deny that there would be people that would buy a $6,000 5090 Ti. It wouldn't be many, but people like Elon Musk would. And you don't have to be that rich to buy it. You can also just be a regular millionaire and you could consider buying that, right? But I just don't see any objective argument where someone want to buy a Steam machine. Blind as zombie. I mean, to be fair, their body's so decrepit that kind of makes sense for them to be blind. Choose to buy a car for basic to. Okay, but Custer choosing to buy a car from Toyota or Lexus. So you're saying brand loyalty. What brand loyalty? They have no brand loyalty besides PC gamers. There's no brand loyalty because it's a new product. It's a new market for them. They got zero brand loyalty. They have no brand recognition. They have zero brand loyalty. If you go into a shop and you see this, no one's going to recognize it unless you are someone that already plays. Unless you're the people like you and me will recognize it. Like there's literally no brand loyalty here. I just don't understand how you can be brand loyal to a brand that hasn't existed until like a day ago. You recognize Toyota, you recognize, what do you say? What was the other one? Lexus. You know those brands. You don't recognize Steam Machine. And the ones that do recognize it, they already have a gaming PC, so why would they bother? And again, and then you're going to make the argument because convenience, sit on the couch, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to tell you, you know what I'm going to tell you. Alright, those are why smaller mini ATX computers are more expensive than large ATX. I know they're more expensive. I know if you want to buy a small form factor, it's going to be more expensive. I'm aware of that. But you can, but because the price of this is so outrageously high, you can easily build a small form factor that is better than the Steam Machine for the same price, if not cheaper. Remember, the Steam Machine quite literally has the performance of a base PS5. A base PS5, that's very weak. That's like a 3060, if not lower than a 3060. It's very weak performance. It has the performance of a base PS5 for the price point of more than a PS5 Pro. It's very easy to build a PC that powerful at a fraction of the, well, maybe not a fraction, it's a bit of an exaggeration, but at a much cheaper price point. You can build a gaming PC for that much, even small form factor, that will be better. And what's even better about PCs, you can even upgrade it in the future. You can't even upgrade a Steam machine. So you have that benefit as well. If you want to upgrade the PC in the future, you can do that. You want to upgrade the Steam machine in the future, well, you're fucked. Good luck. You thought it's worse than the base PS5? It trades blows. In some cases, it's like, it's weird. It's better than a PS5. In some cases, worse than other cases. It's very like up and down. I think it's more that in situations where it's more CPU dependent, from what I'm understanding, in games that are more CPU dependent, I think it does better than a PS5 because the PS5 is a pretty shit CPU. But in games that's more GPU bound, I think it's slightly edging. I think the PS5 is slightly edging it. It's kind of, they're trading a lot. I looked at Digital Foundry, they were comparing them with different games. It was very back and forth and up and down. Some games, it's really close. It's basically the same as a PS5, basically. And a PS5 costs how much? $500, I think. You could buy 2 PS5s, if not more, depending if you want to get the more expensive model, which you probably will. If you want to get the one that's $1,400, you can buy almost 3 PS5s that much. And here's another argument, and this is another one that, again, you're going to buy this thing and you won't even be able to play GTA 6. How sad is that? Imagine spending all this money on this console, and then when GTA 6 comes out, you still can't play it. Like, that's horrible. Like, that alone is enough of an argument that would kind of, if you want to ignore everything else, that alone is enough of an argument for me that I would say that a lot of people are going to have a big issue with it, because I can promise you GTA 6 is something that's very desirable. It's like the second most sold game in history, GTA 5. Not to mention that it's also very hard for GTA because it's an adult game. That's a lot more expensive than Minecraft, and yet it's still sold. Minecraft, anyone can play. Literally, kids play it, adults play it, everyone plays it, and it's a lot cheaper. And GTA 5 is competing with Minecraft in terms of sales, so GTA is a very desirable brand. So GTA 6 is also going to be desirable, and imagine not being able to play that. A lot of people have a big issue with that. Oh yeah. Dad, you better be listening. There's no response. Under the static, Joe can just barely make out the voice. Is that Joe's dad? Isaiah? Isaiah? How do you pronounce it? Isaiah? Dad, it's Joe. Joe's strange to hear more. Joe, I'm on. Help. Are you? Joe tries to change the volume. The radio blast static instead. Dad! Oh shit. Oh no. Run, Joe! We're gonna save your dad. Laptops, there's a market for that. But laptops have a reason for it. They're portable. There is an objective reason for laptops. They have the ability, you can take them to work with you. You can take them in the car with you. You can pick them up, fold them, take them all over. They're very portable. There is a use case for laptops. Like, laptops have a lot of applications. They're worse, but they have an advantage. So I'm glad you brought the laptop example. So yes, you're right. Laptops, they are typically more expensive, worse quality. It's not really quality. It's more just, you know, they're trying to fit a lot on a small device. But they have a huge advantage of the fact that they are portable. That is the only reason, and that is enough of a reason for a lot of people to buy a laptop. You can take a laptop with you to work. You can... Oh god. Oh god. I need medication so badly. You can't do that with a desktop, even a console for that matter. Imagine what happens to Cyberpunk. What happens to, Rockstar put too much money. They won't let that happen. I don't think you have to worry about Cyberpunk 2.0. They have a lot of money riding on it. They won't allow that to happen. Plus, they've had time to learn from it, right? A lot of companies will look at Cyberpunk and use it as an example of what not to do. If people want a small form factor game PC, but I've already explained to you why that there's another that even in that market though, small form factor gaming PC, you can just buy a small factor gaming PC for cheaper and it'll be better. You can't build your own portable laptop. You can't. There's no way to compete. A laptop works because I cannot build a laptop. I simply can't. I cannot go, and no matter how hard I try, I cannot make a gaming laptop. I just can't. I have to buy one. But I can buy a pre-build or whatever. I can build one myself, pre-build, whatever. I can buy a small form factor gaming PC. Where's Joe? Okay, so the next place I need to go is where? Fire station number 13. We haven't unlocked it yet. Shit. Oh, we have. It's all the way up here. Shit, we've got to move. We got to move. By the way, where's Michelle? Let me find Michelle here at Irwin Drive. No, we've already looted this place. I want to get Michelle too because there's also like quests for her. I also would like to do her quest. Wait, let me quickly see something. "15 Independence Boulevard." Where is 15 Independence Boulevard? Could have saw it around here somewhere. Okay, let me actually get Joe some sanity and rest because he's gonna have a hard time here. Amazing haircut. I detect sarcasm, but thanks. They released it and it's already out of stock. What was their stock? 5 units? Yeah, speaking of things being out of stock, I remember I read a documentary about it recently. There was a company that released something. I think it actually might have been Valve. It might have actually been the Steam controller. I remember hearing a documentary about this, not a documentary, but I was watching a YouTube video that spoke about it. It might have been Valve, but I might be misremembering. But there was a company, I think it was Valve. They released a product and they purposefully stocked almost none of it. They stocked very little to give it the illusion of out of stock immediately. So that everyone thought it was a highly desirable product because it was out of stock everywhere. But in actual fact, it just barely stocked anything in order to make it look more desirable. So I don't think out of stock means much because it can also just be another marketing ploy. I just, like I said, I genuinely don't understand what consumer buys this. And again, I don't even care what the price. You can say it's overpriced, whatever. There's plenty of overpriced products that still do well. So many products in the world that are expensive that still manage to sell because they offer some kind of value. Like even like the example of fast food I gave earlier with Steers. Steers literally cost like twice as much as McDonald's here. So why would someone buy a burger? Why would someone buy fast food burgers as twice the price of McDonald's when they can just get McDonald's? Because it has higher quality. The burgers are, and I do think the burgers of Steers are better than McDonald's. They taste more burgery, meatier. They have that, you know, juicy meat kind of taste. Because they're flame grilled, they use real meat. They you know that there's a reason why people spend more because they're competing not on price but on quality. There is a reason for it. That's why Steers not as successful as McDonald's. Don't get me wrong, McDonald's there's far more McDonald's around than Steers in South Africa, but there's a decent amount of Steers. They're quite popular here. I'm surprised they haven't franchised. I'm actually quite surprised they haven't franchised to other countries. I don't think you get Steers in other countries. It's quite a nice restaurant. What's this?
The Steam Machine is dropping.
That's a 34-minute video. I'm watching that. Honestly, I think it's pretty hard for anyone to compete right now anyway. Like, it's not even like it's a necessarily Valve. I don't think they've done anything particularly like inherently wrong. It's just that they're trying to compete in a market that's practically uncompetable right now. It's just a bad time to try into this market. If this was better market conditions in the future, maybe they could try to do something, but it's that they need to find something that gives the consumer value, something that makes the consumer say, I want that. Make it either, whether it be Xbox Game Pass, something like Xbox Game Pass, something that makes the consumer say, I want that console because I can only get that on this console. Something that makes consumers say, I want that. PlayStation do this with exclusives. Take away exclusives from PlayStation, and I think they lose a huge audience. Like, exclusives is what PlayStation do, and it works very well for them. Xbox tried it with a couple of things. They tried to do it. They first tried to move towards this multimedia all-in-one device where you guys all remember the big catastrophe that Xbox One launch was, where they tried to market it as this all-in-one multimedia, everything you can do, but it didn't work very well for them. Then they tried to They tried to do it on exclusives. That also didn't work very well for them because the Xbox exclusives they just couldn't find exclusives that were good enough to compete with Sony. Then they tried Game Pass, and Game Pass worked for a while. Game Pass was actually a pretty good reason to get an Xbox. Then they priced it up, and then people were like, okay, well now it's more expensive, so what's the point? May as well go to PC then. You see how these small things, they increased the price of Game Pass and suddenly Xbox became a flop again. Like these. Just one little misstep like that, it fucks up everything. It's a very difficult market to enter in, and you have to find a good reason, a compelling reason that consumers can say, okay, I want to get that product because I get this out of it, or because it's going to do this for me or that for me. If I get a Steam Machine, I can do this, and I can't do that anywhere else. That's how they have to. That's what they need to do to make it sell. But it's not a good market to try enter. Can you look at this and tell me if it's accurate for a Steam Machine? I don't know that much about AMD. Let me check about. Let me just convert that to. Let me convert that quickly to NVIDIA. Uh, 4060. 4060. No, this is better than than a Steam Machine then. Well, a little bit. I think it's close. Probably it's close. Ish. Kind of. But this is a bit better. Well, the GPU at least is a bit better. Let's see. RAM 1 times 16 gigs. Okay, the RAM is kind of shit. Why does it only have 1 gig? Oh, 1 times 16. There's a Steam Machine. Wait, the Steam Machine surely has 2 slots of RAM, right? Okay, the Steam Machine only has. Okay. The Steam Machine also only has 16 gigs of RAM, which is not great, by the way. There's a lot of games nowadays that need more than 16 gigs of RAM. But I don't know if the Steam Machine uses 2 times 8 or 1 times 16. I would assume it's 2 times 8 because 1 stick of RAM is... It's always better to have 2 sticks of RAM than 1 stick of RAM. You'd much rather have 2 times 8 than 1 times 16. So I don't know exactly how that compares directly against Steam Machine, because I can't tell if Steam Machine is 2 times 8 or 1 times 16. CPU here is... Where's the CPU? Ryzen 7500F. Ryzen 75, that's like very entry level. Honestly, if you do want to have a good video that goes through some detail.
You guys were so amazing.
Valve Steam Machine reservation queue is.
This guy is very good when it comes. This guy is probably the one that I would trust the most when it comes to PC components. Gamer Nexus. You can watch that video. This guy's probably one of the most trustworthy sources when it comes to like. The voice comes to the radio. It sounds strangely warm and inviting. You all know many of you are struggling out there, looking for help. Oh, this is new. Oh, this is a trader. Oh, this is new content. Okay, cool. Trader. I want to go there. But yeah, Gamer Nexus I think is one of the most trustworthy like PC component experts out there. So if you're wondering what kind of hardware it looks like, you should check that out. Another good one is Digital Foundry. Digital Foundry is also pretty good. I need to find medication for Bob. I'll make medication, which is bad. Another background effects in this game. This game is very cool. Everything. I think it's a really good game. It just needs better marketing to make it more popular. Somebody want to build a cooking station, but I need to build this so I can fix Bob. Steam only has 16. What, gigs of RAM? Yeah, that's 16 gigs of RAM. But the question is, a very important question, is 16 times 1 or 8 times 2? Because it makes a pretty big impact on like frame timing and a bunch of other things. You'll get a lot more stuttering and a lot more weird issues if you only have... So here's a trader. So how does this work? 2 phase remains. You have to go there now. Can I sell old food? Okay, so what can I sell? I can sell... watch. Weapons go for a decent amount. These ones. Alarm clock we could sell. Makeshift timer we could sell. Could sell these. I never really use them. Medicinal herbs, grape seeds, gasoline. Okay, let's go with this along. Okay, my ground needs actual sleep. But yeah, I mean, I think different market could have been more interesting. Maybe if the market conditions were a bit different. Just not a very good market, unfortunately, for them. I'm actually kind of wondering, what would Steam need to do in order to make people want to buy it? Like a Steam machine like this, what do they need to do to make it like actually... I would need something like... I would need something like Xbox Game Pass. I mean, I would never buy it regardless, even if it was very good value, because I'm pretty happy with my setup right now. But like, assuming I was in the market to buy stuff, I feel like I would need something like Game. Some kind of integration with Steam, I think. Something that would integrate well with Steam and make the experience feel better somehow. I don't know how. I don't even know how to explain that, but yeah. Discount the games, but that discounted games would cost them a lot of money. I don't know if it would be worth it for them long term. Like a game discount on flat discount across the board. Not even Game Pass does that. I mean, they do it on a lot of games, but not like on every game. But then again, that's why I said something similar to Game Pass, where maybe you discount some games, I suppose. But okay, Dios mío, you look like you've been through hell. You something to eat? Okay, what do we have? In fear and unison for creating start, we ain't stopping now. All right, what can we trade? So, oh, we can buy these. That's good. So that costs $75. So value 250 and value 100, so we can still get a bit more here. What can we take that we need? We need a bit more food, actually. I guess. So getting extra $10. Can't really get that back. I guess I could take one of these out. Yeah. Cool. Nice. Finally, we can trade in this game. What would you value watch? I mean, to be fair, so the apocalypse isn't global, right? It's only this city. So I think they have the impression they're going to get saved. They're going to be able to exit here. And then they can... So, like, money and stuff actually does still have value, assuming you survive this. So things like jewelry and stuff does still hold some value because... In theory, you could be like, oh, well, I'm going to get saved, right? So this is just temporary. When I get out, I'm going to have, you know, these benefits. Perhaps just the way to pull the console game is the PC platform. But the console game is... I don't see how they're pulling them out, because the console game is they're typically a very price sensitive. Console gamers usually oh shit, we need more of these. Oh, fuck. Console gamers usually don't have a huge amount of disposable income, so even with that argument, I still don't even know how they were planning on doing it to that audience. That's a pretty difficult way to do that with something that's priced so aggressively. Like, if you want to try pull console gamers on, you're gonna have to price something quite similar to existing consoles, and you're gonna have to give them some kind of big value proposition. Something that says, you want this more than a PS5 because we do this and PS5 doesn't. You have to convince them that they need this more than a PS5. I don't know how you're gonna do that. PS5 can't play all the hentai games that are on Steam. I guess. Ugh. I think I'm gonna make the counter argument, just go fucking use a mobile device. I'm sure you can get these games there too. Like a phone. Something. Hentai game marathon win. Yeah. Twitch ban speedrun win. I'm assuming you get banned for playing these games. So is Joe's dad like an NPC we can recruit? Joe's dad looks nothing like him. He does kind of look a bit different. He looks like a native New Zealander or something. Oh wait, maybe he's Hawaiian. Oh wait, he could be Hawaiian. But Joe doesn't really look Hawaiian. Stepson? Maybe. Or maybe... Oh. Maybe he's adopted. I mean, not adopted. Maybe he's, maybe his mother's different ethnicity. Who knows? Maybe his father's from Hawaii and his mother's black. I don't know. I don't know. Leicester Bar. Where's... I need to get Michelle. I don't know how to get Michelle. Donk. Donk. Alright, that's everything. Okay, Joe needs sleep. We need to move our shelter though, don't we? So, the fire station, we have to go here, so we need to move here, so we have arranged to reach there, I guess. Okay, everyone needs sleep. Oh my god. Oh shit, Bob's hungry. I don't have food for her. Uh-oh. Okay, we have to go out with Bob then and try get food. That's not good. She's like on the verge of dying. That's very bad. Don't die, Bob. I believe in you. Shit, that's actually very bad. Why is everyone's stats so bad? What the hell? Sheesh. Okay, we got a situation here. We actually have a bit of a situation here. This guy's also hungry. Oh, this is not good. No, this is not good. Ra's also hungry. Aubrey's also hungry. Oh my god, everyone's hungry. Stop being hungry. Wait, someone needs to make food. No, wait. Someone needs to make food. We need food. Okay, we need to go somewhere that's actually food because we're struggling here. Food. Where's food? Base resources, weapons, no food. Oh. Yeah, that's food. Vivaldi's has food. School also has a lot of resources. There's also survivor here. Let's go to the school, I think. Yikes. Please be some food. It's a vending machine. Yes, food. Oh, food. Eat. Oh no. It didn't do it. Oh my god, this is so bad. Jay, you know what the problem is right now? The problem is that Bob is sick. And because she's sick, there is a high probability that when she eats, the food won't actually give her any benefits. So I essentially either have to find medicine to cure her, or I have to play roulette with food and just see, will this food give her any value or not? So this is really bad. This is really, really bad. I just want to save Joe's dad. What if you can't save his dad, though? Sardines. Okay, that provide a little bit of food. They'll keep her alive for a little bit longer at least. I did make her distracted. I need medication. What does distracted actually do? That's a good question. Let's see. High chance not recovering hunger after eating food. Oh no, it's distracted. Wait, where skills? Where is it? I don't even know what it, where do I see what it does? Okay, more sardines. Let's go. I did nothing. Shit. I really need to get medication for Bob. Or at least the flower that lets me... The medicinal flower, that also would work. And I can craft it myself. Oh, no, no, no. Fuck. Shit. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Oh, there's a supply drop. Nice. Please do medication. No medication. Yikes. That's not good. What do I do here? Let's see if I found 2 out of 3 of these, so we're getting closer to finishing that. Please be medicine somewhere. Surely there must be like a first aid for a school, right? Some kind of like infirmary of some sort. Medicine? Oh no, it's a bandage. I thought it was medicine. Damn it. I got excited for a second. We get a revolver, which I suppose is nice. Bandage. We don't really need a bandage that much. We can easily make bandages. Yeah, this is... I don't know. Food. Give it a shot, but it might not work. I'm wasting so much of this food trying to get Bob's hunger up, but the problem is because we're sick, a lot of the time this food is being wasted, which is a big problem. I don't know how we're going to fix that until we can find medication. Quite a problem. Try again, 2 more. Let's see what happens. Ah, this is so bad. What are the chances of actually getting hunger from it? Like, seems so low. How is it greater good you can let one of them die? That's cold, Barton. That's cold. No. I will not accept this. Bob will live. I just gotta find some damn pills. How hard can it be? Like, there has to be like some kind of like some kind of infirmary or something here, right? Surely. If there isn't, this is a useless school. I'm starting to think it's a useless school. Looting a chemist? If I find a chemist, I'd love to. Okay, wait. This looks promising-ish. I think above me. There might be a hospital wing. Not a hospital wing, a medical, you know what I mean. Oh shit. Yeah, nurse station. That's the word. Come on, please. Okay. This looks like some kind of cleaning supplies. Oh, I need bolt cutters. No. Oh, how is Joe doing this time? We're trying to save Joe's dad. We have ascended. We are now Joe Dad Savers. We're trying to. Wait, wasn't there a survivor here? Wait, I want to try something. I'm pretty sure I can get on there somehow. Yeah, they added a quest, a storyline for Joe's dad. And we're trying to see if, how the hell we can save him. Doesn't sound like he's in great shape though. I'm a little worried about that. What? It's blocked off. Dude. I'm actually kind of mad. So I need bolt cutters to come here? Well, this is just annoying. They changed this layout. I'm pretty sure there was a survivor right over here, that old lady. They move her? Oh boy. I had to eat all the food just to keep Bob alive. That's crazy, man. All the camp's food just to keep her alive. That is actually quite concerning. I feel like I might have been robbed. Oh, this is not good, dude. This is so not good. While Leah's starving. Joe. Oh my god, I'm actually quite worried here. Head to fire station number 13 with Joe. Is there medical supplies here? There are some, not much, but there are some. This isn't good. Not good. Not good at all. Well, let's see what happens, I guess. So are we going to the fire station with Joe? So in a fire station, would they have an infirmary or where would they keep it? If they did, I mean, it says a little bit of medication, so there is some somewhere. But the thing is, the problem is, right, medical supplies can mean anything. It could be bandages. It would more likely be bandages. That's the thing. And first aid kits. That's not what I need. I need like actual like pharmaceutical medicine here. Which I don't know if we're going to find in this place, which is a big problem. What do we need to find here for his quest line, though? That's the question. Where do we have to go? Well, I think his dad was actually a firefighter. This could be where his dad worked. Maybe that's why we're here. Oh, shit. I want to use the baseball because I might trigger that one in the back. That kind of happens now. Okay, didn't hear me. Nice. First time you've seen Joe live. Okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration. That's a little bit of an exaggeration. Alter 4 making what die? Oh wait, that actually is true. That actually is true. Oh shit, this is not good. Listen, I had to do it. It was crucial. And it wasn't my fault. It was arguing about Steam machines. I blame that. It's your guys arguing about Steam machines that caused it. Wasn't my fault. You distracted me with nonsensical arguments. Those paratroopers. What the hell? Those are paratroopers. I didn't kill that. What do I do with grapes? Linus is a video on it? I mean, Linus isn't bad, but I would much, so here's my hierarchy of tech people to, oh, medicine, oh, yes. Here's my hierarchy of tech people to, oh, this is not for Joe, it's for Bob. Oh, fuck, I can't take it now. Of people to trust. I will trust Gamer Nexus the most. The second most I would trust is J2Sense. Where's the other guy? There's another guy that's Australian that's not terrible. Got the Australian guy's name. That Australian guy isn't bad. I've got his name now. And then there's obviously Digital Foundry, which is also not bad. I would also listen to Digital Foundry. And then maybe Linus. But Linus has been known to be a shill at times. Okay, Sparkle stuff, if I gave you $1,200 right now, what would you do with it? You buy chicken nuggets. What the fuck chicken nuggets are you buying? I want to know what chicken nuggets you are buying. Dino nuggets. I like a good honey barbecue. Honey barbecue. What the hell's a honey barbecue? Oh, sauce? I've never heard of that sauce before. I don't think we get that here. I've never heard of it. You know what's annoying? So many games I've played, it's hold F to interact, and other games is E. It's so irritating. Every other game, it's like one game wants you to hold E, the other one wants you to hold F, and it's like, you get used to one or the other. And oh my god. Can we all just agree, make it either E or F? Like, we need a universal standard here. Every time I switch games, I get confused. Melee button gets mixed up too? Yeah, melee button, I mean... I usually just assign it to my... well, it depends on the game. I guess it depends on the game. Like, some games... It's always left click for the most part, but then if it's like a game that's shooter-oriented... then... I suppose melee becomes... I don't even know what melee becomes, honestly. I don't really play that many shooters, to be honest. Wait, where's the thing for Joe's dad? Find a working radio in this fire station. Honestly, when there's weird controls, I don't know what to do. I just put them on the side mouse buttons. Just put them there. Right over here. That's why I usually put things like dodge and melee. I actually love dodge being this button. It's so nice for dodge to be here. Every game I can, this is where my dodge is. Right here. Where's a radio station here? Probably I'm supposed to look for a radio station. I don't know where a radio station is. That's your pan button? Pan button. Wait, what does a pan button? Where's the radio station? There's a radio. But I can't interact with that. Yeah? Huh? Where the heck's radios? Am I missing something? No one uses radios anymore. Hey, this game's in the 80s, okay? So you know what? They did use radios. So ha, take that. What was that? Yes, 1980. You know, the year you were born. Gen Z, my ass you are. What you are is a boomer with a Gen Z brain. That's what you are. You're a boomer zoomer. Even Gen Z is getting old. Such is life. You age fucking age maxing. Oh god. Actual age maxer. Where the fuck are these radios? Come on. What do you mean? I've been running around here for like a million years and I can't find any radios. Right in the bathroom? What? I'm being scammed. There's no radios here. This is actually a scam. Gonna end badly. Oh, they're on either side of me. Get him, Joe. Oh boy, that was. Oh, radio. I see a radio. I see a radio. I see a radio, and it is amazing. Cool. Bzzzt. Joe's science reef as a radio crackles to life. Thank goodness. Okay. Dad. It's Joe. Please pick up your walkie-talkie. Zzz. Come on. Dad, Mr. Slammin' Samoan. I'm talking to you. Slammin' Samoan. Dad. Zzz. Slammin'. Oh, there he is. Where are you? Are you hurt? Can't believe you. The signal's weak. Just tell me where you are. The star. It's a starlight? Starlight. Wait. The boys. Ice ring. Okay. We can go find Joe's dad. Let's go. I'm coming, Dad. I'm coming. Cue epic music. Oh, shit. No. Run! Okay, we're good. Let's go find Dad. Heart of Darkness. Oh, that's the quest. Okay, so everyone here is hungry. That's bad. Aubrey, you're starving. Leo, you're dying. And Raul's kind of starving. Great. Everyone is now no longer starving. Amazing. I think Leo desperately needs sleep. So I need to put Leo to bed. Frank's kind of hungry. I should make him cook some food. Raul. Workbench level 3. Millennials be soon the new boomers? Yeah, pretty much. Thank God we can cure Bob's. 2 phases left though. She's gonna have to deal with this shit. It's kind of bad, but whatever. Starlight ring. Okay, let's go. Joe, I believe in you. Anna's coming soon. Cool, give us a sign. Oh, you mean the phasmophobia thingy? Okay, I've never been to this place before. Dad! You're in the flesh, what a relief. I need to see you too. You had me worried. What are you doing here? I heard a scream, can help me. Right before. Whereabouts? In silence then. Someone needs help. Hope doesn't mean a thing, only action does. Maybe actions that. Well, okay, what? What are we doing? Oh boy. Wait, what if Joe's dad dies? Hey, stop going so fast! I don't like the look of this. Oh shit. You see, this is why we shouldn't do these things. No, leave that alone. Ooh. Can we just chill? Oh god. We came all the way for this guy? I don't like, we look very cornered here. Where's Joe doesn't recognize it? Sounds like a prayer. I was too slow, don't say it. You nearly died getting back here. Not a chance. Every chance you took some bad hits. There was nothing. You used to take hits all the time. This wasn't staged, excuse me. Your racing stuff wasn't real. What? Isofe Tufunia. What? Is that like Hawaiian? Put those words back where you found them. Didn't raise me so disrespectful. I mean, I'm sorry you couldn't save this guy, but what? You scared the shit out of me in there? And he lost you as soon as I'd found you? I don't know what I would have done. Not my time to rub shawls with St. Peter. You're stuck with me. Did I promise? Fine, I promise. Oh, you got a new survivor. Hey, we got Joe's dad. Professional wrestling. Increase attack speed while unarmed and can perform a powerful combo. What's a powerful combo? Vegetarian loses morale when eating meat or saying containing meat. That's not good. Wait, how is a wrestler that's all built like this a vegetarian? What? Flesh wound? It's fine. Imagine I say there's no room. Wait, how is that an option? No, Dad, you can't come back with me. There's no room. Sorry. Oh, that's funny. I almost want to click that right now, just to troll. Oh, I'm so tempted just to click that. Oh, God, imagine. Could you imagine? It's pretty cool in here, not gonna lie. Okay, well, that was an adventure. Xbox CEO said Call of Duty is bigger franchise than the MCU. No. No, that's bullshit. I was born with God-given talent and height. Well, talent you can kind of work towards. Height, I guess you're kind of fucked. Bristles at being trapped in a shelter, but Joe talks him around. I can finally keep an eye on you, says all dress and more sudden heroics. If someone needs me, as I am, because of you here, Dad. Joe permanently games defender traits. Ooh, what's the defender traits? Damaged all survivors from shelter barricades reduced. Okay. What? I need bandages. I don't have bandages. That's not good shit. Why the fuck don't we have bandages, man? This guy's like high stats. So I can perform unarmed stealth executions. That's actually pretty good. It's kind of like what's his face? Giannis? Who? Maybe a player just signed a contract that's stupid high. 4 years, $212 million. Must be nice. Must be nice. But yeah, how do they think Call of Duty is a bigger franchise than yeah, it doesn't make sense. That literally makes no sense. Everyone's hungry. I need food. Call of Duty movie comes out. What the Actually, no, wait. A Call of Duty movie could actually do well. They actually have some pretty cool stories in Call of Duty. If they made like a movie of Black Ops, I think it could actually be pretty good. Like, they actually could unironically make a good Call of Duty movie. To be fair. Okay, which mission are we going for? Yeah, we're going for this one, right? I don't think it will. Peter Berg directed. Also, it'll be bad. I mean, whether it will be bad or not is that we'll see. But I mean, it could be good because, like, there is potential there. At least, is what I mean. Like, they do have stories that are actually somewhat compelling. That could be told. Whether or not it will actually be good, I mean, yeah, we'll have to see. But I mean, it could be good, theoretically. I mean, hell, they're trying to make a movie of Borderlands. I don't know how the hell you make a movie of that, because that is not a very movie-friendly franchise, in my opinion. I didn't actually even watch the Borderlands movie. Did anyone watch it? How was it? Michael Bay. You want explosions everywhere? Well, I guess it kind of would make sense to have explosions everywhere. Oh, they made a movie on Mario? Didn't know that. You know, watch the Borderlands movie? I'm assuming it was bad. I can't imagine making a movie of Borderlands. It was bad. That's a hard one to pull off, to be fair. I mean, I had doubts with the... Oh, shit. I had big doubts with the Fallout franchise. I do think... Oh, shit. I do think that Fallout, the second season, to me, wasn't as compelling as the first season. The TV show. I don't know why, but it just didn't quite hit the same for me. But, yeah. The first season I thought was pretty good. Not sure why that is, though. What do I get here? Wait, there was a Wait, there was a sky. Yeah, in this song. Well, my hopes up. I mean, the second, it's not like terrible. The second season isn't bad. It just wasn't as good. I don't know. Season 1 is better than 2. Game of Thrones, I think, got better over time, except for the last season, or last season and a half. But I think Game of Thrones kept getting better and better for a while. I think Arcane, the second season is about just as good as the first, maybe even better for some. But I found them both like equal at least. Like I like both Arcane seasons pretty good. House of Cards, I think, got better up until a point, but House of Cards I liked. I forgot which is my favorite season. It's like 3 or 4 or something, but like I think House of Cards got progressively better, and then there was a point where it got worse. Oh shit! You missed a couple. I liked House of Cards season 1, but I don't know if I'd say it was the like. I think it was very good. I think they were all, a lot of them were very good. But I don't think I can't really say like, oh, number 1 was the best, and number 2 I liked 1, I liked 2, I liked 3. I think the last one was where it started, not the very last one, but the second last one. I think it started slightly declining, and the last one I watched it, but the last one was weird. I didn't even watch the full last one. I watched like halfway through the last one. Yeah. Okay, so this is the escape man. I've done this one before. God, you know what? Speaking of Arcane, I so badly want a new like season of Arcane. Arcane was so good. Holy shit, I loved Arcane. I know that'll probably end up being like a different characters if they make another. It will be a bit different. But I don't care. I just really like Arcane. No, Arcane's not weeb. It's just animated. I really liked Arcane. I was very skeptical because I typically don't really like cartoon kind of vibes or like animated kind of things when it comes to like TV shows. So I was a bit skeptical going in. I actually really liked it. Like Arcane is amazing. One of my favorite TV shows, series, whatever. Arcane is so good, it almost made me want to play League of Legends. And I've never played League of Legends before, but it was almost enough to make me consider playing League of Legends. Even though I've persistently always heard very bad things about League of Legends. Playing chessboard I was talking about? $700, what, for a chessboard? I mean, if you really, really like chess, I guess. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure there's lots of very expensive chessboards out there, but... I don't like chess that much. I mean, I don't really particularly love chess. I can admire it, but I don't really play it. Heading west. Bowman finishes electronic tracking device. Bowman, is this guy British? Like a very British name, Bowman. Okay, does this guy have any negative conditions? Nope, he's actually in pretty good shape. Wow. Like, give me a new survivor that's not like dying. That's amazing. Anyways, half message. You know the rules. More than 3 lines, I'm not going to read it. Too much effort. Three lines is where my brain cuts out. Oh god. Not in the best condition. Everybody's hungry. Why is everyone hungry? Stop being hungry, damn it. Okay, time to make some food. Hundreds of lines long today? Wait, what? I did? When? Hey, what is this? Oh, I can plant 2 and get 8? That sounds like a bargain. Okay, you need some sanity there, buddy. Yeah, go share some grapes. You need food, which we don't currently have. Lester's automobile. To bash a machine? I didn't read. I just like zoomed down to like one point of the article and read through the whole thing. I just zoomed past, got to the part I want to talk about, and then called it a day. Okay, great. Everyone's being productive-ish. That was close. Hey, no, mate, how you doing? Welcome in. Okay, I need to use a knife for this one, because otherwise we're going to give ourselves away here. Be quiet. Are you serious? How do you hear me? Oh, come on. Everyone hears me. Yikes. Bye, chap. Forgot to mention. Well, at the end of my stream, I'm going to give away 2 copies of this game. So if you guys haven't played this game yet and you interested in playing, let me know. Well, let me know, but, you know, stick around. I was given 2 copies to give away. Two Steam machines? No, not Steam machines. Holy shit. Something far more valuable. This game. I think I mean that unironically. Oh god. Uh-oh. I think I was too close. Uh-oh. They heard me, didn't they? Oh, they didn't. Holy shit, how'd they not hear me? Actual deaf zombies. Okay. Did I hear an automatic weapon? I swear I just heard like someone shooting an assault rifle. Is that one of the other guy's crewmates? Gonk. Gonk. Okay. Where's Lester? Unlucky. Oh shit, I didn't see that. Oh god. Crap. You wanna fight? Fine, let's fight. I have a crowbar. What do you have? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oops. Ow. Yeah. Come on. Oh, he's sick. Come on. Why are you sick? Fuck's sake. Now I've got another bomb I gotta deal with. Why is there a helicopter crashing? Okay, my brother. What? But Kayla already has this game. Doesn't even play it though. Very disappointing. I think I know why. It's too hard for her. Everyone just kept dying. True story. True story, by the way. What? Bottom up again? Of course I read from the bottom up. It's the only sensible way to read. What do you mean? What you guys do, I keep telling you, is you need to have your conversations backwards. That's the best way to communicate. Then I can read it all in order. Just read from back to front. Oh, read rather. Type. Very simple. Very, very simple. Okay, what? Thanks, you too. Enjoy the rest of your day. Do we have food? No, we're getting food. Okay, where are we going now? Pogo's Haven? I kind of want to go back to the school though. I have with a bolt cutter this time. Kind of wants to do that. This guy's still not healed. What the fuck? Bro. Heal faster. Question, if you were stranded on an island, how long before you kill him or eat him? Cannibalism is bad. Don't do cannibalism. Talking about dinosaurs? Well, you see now if we were stranded on an island, what would be really, really helpful is if we had like a pet wyvern. Or a gig would be really, really good. To be fair, we could really use some of those. Go about that emote? You had to trigger him. You had to do it. Fire bad? Fire's alright. Poison's kind of bad though. Assess it. Picked up that game? Which game? Arc again? I mean, it's annoying having to start over a million times. I'd have to play Arc Ascent if I'm actually ever stream it. But Arc Ascent would require a whole new restart. If they make Arc 2, which they've said they're working on, I'll definitely be playing a crap ton of Arc when they make 2. Which will... who knows when that's coming out. They've been saying it's going to come out for the last like 10 years now. Honestly, at this point, Arc 2 is becoming like Half-Life 3. But if they actually like make Arc 2, I'll definitely play it. I swear, Arc 2, Half-Life 3, and Elder Scrolls 6 are like the holy trinity of... or rather, should I say unholy trinity of games that are coming out. Right, this isn't a proper... I come all the way back for this shit? Medical supplies is quite good though. Quite a lot of medical supplies, actually. Worth it? You've only lived through 2 generations of GTA. What do you mean? There would weren't there like PS? There's been GTA for a long ass time. There's like PS2 GTAs. There were even really old GTAs look like fucking old as shit. How do I get in that room? Oh, adult life. I guess. How do I get up here? It's actually bugging me. I can't get up here. There must be a way. This will be the last. Honestly, this will probably be the. I think it won't be the last GTA ever, but Rockstar won't make another one until this one dries up. The sales start drying up. But I don't think it'll dry. If the rumors are true, and the rumors have said stuff like I've seen a lot of rumors say stuff like GTA 6 is going to be. It's going to be 15 plus years till we see other game developers catch up to the technology used in GTA 6. I've seen a lot of statements like that. So if that, I kind of believe it. I mean, even Red Dead Redemption 2, which is 8 years old, I still think that most modern day open world games don't quite meet. Like, there's so many things that Red Dead Redemption 2 do that honestly no other game can even do, even to this day. Like, the attention to detail and stuff is so advanced in Red Dead Redemption 2. So I can kind of believe it when they say that GTA 6 will be like 15 years more advanced than current games. So if that is true, there will be no need for Rockstar to make another GTA for at least like 15 years, right? They'll only be they'll only feel pressure to make another one when they start seeing other games surpass them and going, okay, now our game feels outdated. When the game feels outdated, then they'll go, okay, maybe it's time to make a new one. But I think it's gonna be a long time until it gets. I don't know how to get in that room, by the way. I've got no idea. They must look at the return of investment, GTA Online versus making new one. Yeah, of course. I mean, but eventually, like, it gets to a point where it becomes outdated, right? Like, eventually it gets to a point where, I don't know, Cyberpunk 3 comes out, and, like, Witcher 5 comes out, and Elder Scrolls 7 come out, copium. And they all look vastly better than GTA 6, and then Rockstar's like, okay, why would people want to play GTA 6 when they can play Cyberpunk 3 that has also online? And you know, when it gets to that point, then they go, okay, we need to make a GTA 7. So, but that'll probably be a while. That'll be like 15 to 20 years away from now, probably. So, you know, it'll probably be a long time till we ever see another GTA, which is kind of sad. But yeah. Although they might go, there is a strong chance of another crack at Red Dead Redemption, though. So I do think we will have another Red Dead Redemption in the somewhat foreseeable future, which would be nice. Oh, wasted food for him. Fuck. They'll just remaster it for PS6. Yeah, but remasters, like, there's more to a game than just graphics, right? Like, the gameplay, that also gets updated as you go through. Like, if you could also say the same, they could just remaster GTA 5 again. Like, even if GTA 5 had like very, very realistic graphics, like better than Cyberpunk, the gameplay is still a bit outdated, right? It's hard to, like, you can put a fresh coat of paint on, but at the end of the day, it's only paint. So there's more reasons to develop new versions of the game rather than just graphics. I think eventually they will make another GTA eventually, but I do think it'll be a long while. Head to the shelter at Southborough District. Where's Southborough? Here's Kingside. Oh, down here. What shelter? I mean, to move the shelter down here, we have to go back down here. That's kind of annoying. That's very annoying. All right, well, I guess we move here then. I guess we can move here. Wait, are they infected back here? Oh, there's infected that come back here. It's actually just annoying. "33 years old when GTA 7 comes out." 33, eh? What are you? Curious case of Benjamin Sparklesniff or something? You aging backwards there, buddy? But yeah, I think that when a new GTA comes out after this one, probably a lot of us will be like in our 50s. Possibly 60s too. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while. But yeah, what I'm really curious of, by the way, is what the hell Naughty Dog's been up to. It's actually been burning a hole in my mind. I just want to see what they're fucking working on. So badly. I think I would trade a GTA 3 trailer for a intergalactic trailer at this point. I just want to know what the fuck they're doing. Should be deteriorated. One AR cigarette assault rifle's been broken. What? Picked up a scrap of paper on the shelter floor. To our surprise, he made a pretty decent origami rose on it. For a moment, it looked like it was actually relaxing. However, it was Daryl messing with his rifle, leading to loading around incorrectly and pointing it at the dead outside. Bowman rushed over, but it was too late. The receiver exploded and with fragments of tinge. Oh, come on. Really? Daryl, you idiot. You absolute moron. Come on. How do you even manage that? Wait, can Bob fix it? Bob can fix stuff, right? I guess she's a bit busy. You know what, Daryl? Yeah, you're not going to eat food now. That's your punishment. No food for you. You can sit in this little table and think about what you've done. Consider your life choices there, buddy. We need food. I'm going to go to... Where's Vivaldi's? Wait, Briarwood Motel. Isn't there a survivor there? I think there might be a survivor, yeah. Let's see. Gonk. What was that? Hey, more mouths to feed. Woohoo! Still want to know where the whole Michelle is. She also has a quest we need to do for her. Oh, fuck. Ah, leave Joe's dad alone. Keep your grubby hands to yourself. Oh geez, what the hell? Okay, that's a no-go zone. That is a. Can we climb up here? No. Actually, healing will be pretty good. We just did take some damage. Probably not a bad yet to heal. Food. It's not gonna. Oh, actually, does eat it. I thought he was vegetarian. Fast food usually isn't very vegetarian friendly, right? So since you're, yeah, I saw that. Then they gave a PS5. That to me was insane. IGN gave a PS5. Was it PS5 Pro? I think it might have been PS5 Pro. They gave it a 7 out of 10, but they gave a Steam Machine as 8, which is like what? I mean, I guess it's on brand, right? IGN always gotta give nonsensical ratings, right? I may as well actually use a survival book. I've only seen one set of traders. Where's the other set of traders? There must be more, surely. I want to trade again. Where's the telescope around here? Up on the roof up here somewhere, but I don't know how to get to this roof. Up there. How do I get up there? Oh, I guess I can climb the pipe, right? Oh my god. What? There's so many. What? I'm not doing that. Screw that shit. I'm not going out there. Ain't no way. What the heck? There's so many. Post article 2 hours ago. Well, I saw that last night even. I don't know how that's possible because I definitely saw it last night before I went to bed. I even showed Kayla this morning. Jesus, so many zombies on the side there. Holy crap. Okay, note. A crude note was Ricky. Traders. Oh, speaking of traders, there's a trader. Where? Yeah? Last phase, the last chance to go there. Okay. I don't really use grenades that often. I'll sell that. Got quite a lot of weapons, yeah. I could possibly afford to sell some of them. Don't think I need that many splints. Sure. Oh, his sanity goes down when he eats non-vegetarian food, I see. Okay, can Bob fix the gun? No, we need to upgrade the workstation. Yeah, Brad, welcome in. How you doing? By the way, reminder, I got 2 copies of this game to give away. So, if anyone wants interested in playing this game, make sure you stick around the stream because I'm going to be giving away 2 copies of it. Okay, so I need Raul. Raul? Yeah, they just released this trader update today, so thought I would jump back in and check out the trading, which is new. I mean, so far it's going about how I expected it to go, more or less. Okay, who needs sanity? Craving alcohol means that the shakes are coming. Needs to take edge off. Wait, you can get addicted? Well, time to have a withdrawal. Time to detox, buddy. I don't know you can get alcohol addiction in this game. Kind of interesting. Does anybody drastically need sleep? Not really. Looks like everyone's kind of caught up with sleep. Okay. I mean, I guess we could just go out and go trade. Let's see what we can trade for here. Alright. So if I give him everything we have, what does he give me? Rat's cocktail, nauseating concoction of cheap spirits and cleaning products. Expect a nasty hangover. Immediately restores a small amount of health. Applies a random state in the phase. Doesn't sound that great. Wait, he's only selling weapons. We need food, not weapons. Oh, come on. We came all the way here just for weapons? Well, I guess I'll take the wood. Range knife, whatever. I mean... I was hoping for more, but okay. Whatever. I was really hoping for food there. Looks like he's not. The other couple traded food. This one not so much. Okay, we need to move shelter. We have to go back into this district. Glances from the tracker to Walton Taxi Building from distance. They're in there. He mutters. Okay. So we need to go get his allies back. All right. Sure. Okay, who needs sanity? Joe needs sanity. Ral needs sanity. Need food. Do you require food? Zaya? Yeah, he needs sanity pretty badly. Alright. Not really much else to do right now. We don't have much stations available. I suppose some people can sleep. Alright. Go. So what are we actually looking for at the station? His allies, right? This is the place. So locate taxway, investigate 2 drop size bowmen, Indigo Rose and downtown. Oh, we have to go back to downtown district? Come on. Accurate construction. Oh my god, I've got to do so much. Wait. We're not here, so we came here for nothing. Seriously? That's just annoying. Signal's getting stronger. Wait, what? Hmm? Coming from down there. Wait, what? You can go down here? Oh shit, I've never been down here before. I didn't know you could come down here. That's interesting. So we can go in the sewers. That music? So zombies are the worst kind. What about swamp zombies? Oh, what was that? I saw someone run in the background there. My god, it goes deeper. This is so weird, never been down here before. Not really sure what to expect. What the? Hello. Got a little settlement down here. What the? Hello? The fuck? Why? I don't want to fight you. You guys only do that. You guys do this yourselves. Don't. Well, they did. They deserve it. They had it coming. Shut up. Where's the beacon? The what? Looks like little metal thing blinking light on top of it. Oh, that. It's in there. Squatter tosses a backpack to ground. Where'd you find it? I don't know. I wasn't even there. Jimbo swiped it from some camp down in Southborough and knew we shouldn't have messed with it. You don't want any trouble? Research journal. Research beacon. Huh. That's interesting. Take the pills. What am I gonna do with pills? I guess I get healing from it. Cool. That was interesting. How do we get out of here? Dude, stop being a dumbass. Okay. Let's get out of here. Thanks, follow anonymous 199B. Welcome in. Okay, so I don't know what the thing we just did, the objective we just did, honestly, what it was for. It wasn't even part of the main... Yeah, whatever. From YouTube, because you don't read chat from there. Oh shit, is YouTube chat not connected here? I've been getting messages all the time and I haven't been seeing them. Wait, actually, I just realized now. I haven't seen any kind of... Thank you for letting me know. I need to fix that. Oh, I know why. It's gonna stream. Okay, wait, I need to fix that. But thanks for letting me know. I'm gonna keep a tab open here that I can keep an eye on it. Apologies. I recently switched from Restream to just using Streamlabs to multi-stream. I need to figure out how I can like get the chats. Either wrong? No, I think I have been wondering why YouTube chat is so quiet. I think I just haven't been seeing the messages. Sorry for that. Let me just keep a tab open here in the future. That way I can see it more easily. Wondering why YouTube chat is so. Okay, yeah, I missed a bunch of things. Whoops. My bad. You watch videos on YouTube? Oh, nice. Or the Subnautica ones, or which ones specifically? Just all of them in general. But yeah, sorry. I recently switched streaming software setup so that YouTube is now being handled a bit differently. So I didn't realize that my chat wasn't showing here, but I have been wondering why YouTube chat's been so unusually quiet. So I guess I should have figured that out. I'll try to fix it for next stream. That was a bit of a whoops. But yeah, welcome in. Appreciate the follow. Okay, so everyone's sanity is kind of dead. Ah, damn, I need to fix it. How do I, that actually is bugging me now. That actually bugs me a lot because I don't know how many messages I might have missed. Now I feel kind of bad. For 2 days, I feel kind of bad. Windows and videos and Subnautica. Oh, you played both. Nice. You played both of them. I'm guessing you're probably like me waiting for updates, right? I'm really looking forward to updates for both of them, but it might take a while. Definitely I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with it. So what are you playing in the meantime then? I'm actually myself, like I'm trying to figure out what there is to play right now while I'm waiting, because there's so many updates and so many games that I want to play. What is this? But, you know, we're still just waiting. Subnautica, I do think when we get updates for Subnautica 2, I think it's honestly going to be one of the best survival crafters out there. But, you know, it might take a while until we get all the updates. Windrose too. Windrose has a lot of potential. They just need to update it a bunch. Forza Horizon 6 was a group of 4 friends. Ah, okay. Yeah, I played a bunch of Forza Horizon 6 when it came out. Stop playing now because I kind of finished most of the main things to do. But yeah, very much looking forward to future content for Subnautica. I'm really excited for Subnautica. It's definitely one of the survival crafters I've been the most impressed with for a while. You know, actually, speaking of survival craft, there's a survival craft that's coming out that I don't know when it's coming out exactly, but it's one that I'm also looking forward to quite a bit. I don't know if anyone here plays, what's it called? Does anyone play Don't Starve? Don't Starve is actually a very underrated survival crafter. I'm actually quite looking forward to Don't Starve as well. You played this at launch. Has the bugs been fixed? The bugs have been... I think... I don't remember actually seeing much bugs at launch in this game. I've seen a bit more bugs actually recently, but they're not too bad. I haven't seen many. I remember for launch for me, I didn't come across any bugs really. It was fairly bug free. They definitely add a lot of content. The game has a crazy amount more content, that's for sure. I also finished it, but we are battering the scores and doing Horizon festivals. Yeah, there's a lot of content to do in that game. I mean, I'm not really much of a racing game fanatic, so I haven't played it like beyond the main story. It's not really the kind of game that I invest this crazy amount of time into. I tried to break up the fight. Oh, I already read that. But it was fun. Now I'm just kind of waiting for a couple of things to come. Looking forward to Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. There's a bunch of games in September that I'm looking forward to, like Phantom Blade Zero looks pretty good. Control Resonant looks pretty good. There's some other things in September too. Obviously GTA 6, but we don't need to talk about that because that's pretty obvious. And then I'm just waiting for some updates to some of the games I'm currently playing, like Subnautica 2 and Windrose. I think we'll probably get an update for Subnautica 2 like next week or this week, maybe late this week or next week. We will get a smaller update. That's what I'm expecting. And then, yeah, the major update, that'll still probably be a couple months away, unfortunately. But yeah, thanks for letting me know about the YouTube thing. I didn't actually realize that I wasn't seeing my YouTube chat. I will definitely get that fixed today. Speaking about games that Horizon games, well, very different Horizon game, but are there any plans for Horizon Zero Dawn 3 or not just Horizon Zero, Horizon the robot dinosaur Horizon? I really wouldn't mind another one of those. That was actually a very good game. I liked Horizon. Can I go down here? Oh, can I make that? Fractured wrist. Okay, not good. Oh my god. Okay, fractured wrist is not a good thing to have. What am I doing in this place, by the way? Why am I here? We can't go here. Going out there looks pointless. I can't go under that truck. What do I do here? Is it like everything there's... Search the area for the research team. That'll be on YouTube. Yeah, I figured. Good thing you told me. Otherwise, I might have not realized for even more days. I played this at launch, had a lot of bugs on the. Oh, that was you. Okay. For me personally, I never really had issues at launch. Like it didn't feel like it had too many bugs to me. They add a lot of new content. Oh, I think it's supposed to jump there. Oh, I'm scared of doing that. for me personally, I never really had bugs at launch. I have played a bunch in the last couple of months, and I've actually seen bugs that I never saw before, so they might have added more bugs, I don't know. But otherwise, they've added a lot of new content. It's quite different than what it was at launch, which is pretty cool content, actually. They've added a lot of cool stuff. They've added skill trees to the characters. They've added traders now, which I think we just came out with today. They added... What else did they add? They added... You can get infected. Survivors can get infected. They've added new missions. They've... Oh my god. Okay, that's fine. They've added... What else have they added? I can't remember all the things they've added, honestly. There's so many things. New locations. They've reworked some of the missions, I believe. Like one of the escape plans been reworked. New zombie types. Oh, this looks like a mess. I need to get some weapons. You say you played this on a Steam Deck, eh? Plus of corpse and that didn't sound very cheerful. We need to go back. I even get out of here. Lockpick. I don't have a lockpick. Well, we can go in this building too. This map is huge. Wait, this also looks like we need a lockpick here too. Oh no, it's not. Okay. A knife. Like that. Free update? Yeah, they're all free. I mean, it is an early access game, so the updates will all be free. I think it's definitely, if you have the game, I think it's definitely worth trying it again. I think you'll be quite happy with what they've added if you have it. Okay, I need to figure out how to get out of here. Having a Steam Deck? Yeah, I would recommend playing it again. It's a fun game. A lot more content than what there was at launch. So, if you enjoyed the game then at all, a lot more you can do in it now. This actually might be the first location I've ever seen where there's only one exit. I thought most locations have like an exit on both sides. This actually might be the first I've ever seen where you can only exit from one side. A good game on the Steam Deck? I think it's a good game just anywhere. Steam Deck. I mean, Steam Deck would be a fun way to play it, I guess. Nice portable device. I think this does kind of fit quite nicely in like a portable kind of lie down on the couch and play it kind of thing. But I think it's also very good if you just play it on PC or whatever. It's a solid game. Dead End. The research camp was overrun. Tents lay shredded, equipment destroyed. We are too late. That's it then, Bowman muttered as they gathered his gear. We found them. Now I need to get the clear signal and report back that we found. Oh, God. What? Survivor mission failed. What? You can fail? I don't know you could fail it. What did I do wrong? Wait, did I take too long to get there? Was that the problem? I didn't go there immediately. I took too long. Is that the problem? Damn, I don't know. I was like on a time limit. What? When I play this game, it let me think about The Walking Dead. I think that's what they were going for. It definitely gives you like Walking Dead kind of vibes. With the gathering people and people dying and new survivors and all that kind of stuff. I think that's... Damn, okay, so we lost Bowman. He didn't die at least, so he's still technically alive. Doesn't do me any good because he's now gone. Okay, so what do I need to do now? I need to... we need food. We always need food, apparently. Yeah, he needs a splint for his hand. And a bandage. Joe... You have a lot of survivors. When I play this game, a lot died. Yeah. I mean, I think it's quite hard to keep this many alive. It gets a little bit easier, I guess. If you like, it's kind of like a lot in your start. If you have a good start, it's not too bad. But if you have a bad start, it spirals. Like, this is the kind of game that if you fall behind on food and all that kind of stuff, then it becomes very hard to keep up. But if you can like stay on top of things, it's not so bad. But you gotta really try like stay on top of things. It's quite easy for it to slip. But I have played the game quite a few times as well, to be fair. So like I have a decent feel for it by now. Is this a game when it's game over, you start a new game? Yeah, if they... Well, there's an option to make it so that if your survivors die, you can reload a save. So if you don't want to have to start the game over when people die, there is an option to kind of like roll back or like, you know, load a save. But the core of the game is still, if you play by default, if all your survivors die, it's game over. But again, there is options now where you can kind of like load a save and redo if people die. Oh shit. No, leave Joe alone. Deep wound. No! Oh no, we got a deep wound. On Joe, no less. Dude, I swear this game hates Joe. Wait, maybe he can survive. It's not over yet, chat. It's not over yet. He might survive. Oh, that's so bad. Damn it! Oh, that's so bad. Why is it always Joe that the bad things happen to? Well, he can't die. His dad's with him and everything. We need bandages. That's what we need. Yeah, you can use a bandage, but the thing is, so they've changed it now. You get deep wounds, you get flesh wounds. If you get a deep wound, there is a... I don't know what the chances are. It's a fairly high probability they'll become infected. It's not guaranteed. They will... they might not get infected, but there is a decent chance they become infected if they get a deep wound. So that's a bit of a problem. Yeah, they changed a lot. They've definitely changed a lot since launch. So now I've got to... I do need to put a bandage on though. And I need to hope and pray that Joe pulls through, but not looking good. From my experience, when you get deep wounds, it's a very, very high chance. I feel like it's above 75% chance they become infected, so not looking good. I'm gonna gunfire in the background. At launch, you could use a bandage for deep wounds without getting infected. Yeah, and at launch there was no there was no such thing. So yeah, Joe's injured. The wound looks deep, painful too. He can't tell if it's infected, so he's gonna have to keep an eye on his condition. So yeah, now we have to wrap Joe's bandage up. Hope and pray doesn't get infected, but the problem is it's a very slow thing. We won't know for a while if he's actually infected. It takes quite a few phases to know for sure if they're actually infected, so we won't actually know, which is very bad. Very, very bad. So now, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do about this? There's nothing really I can do, right? I just gotta pray. I think there's gonna be another update soon. Well, I don't know how soon, but apparently the next like update they want to tackle is they want to slightly change how the system works in terms of infections. I don't know if they'll give like some kind of way to increase your chances of survivors not getting infected. Maybe they'll have some kind of cure that you could potentially find somewhere. I don't know. So we need to make our way. The next thing we wait for Bowman to return. Oh wait, Bowman can return? Wait, he can return? Oh. We not completely failed that then. I don't know how long it's going to take to return, but that's interesting. Where is what's her face? I'm trying to find where where's what's her name now? There's another survivor. I forgot her name. She lives in a house somewhere around here, but I forgot where she lives. I completely forgot where she lives. Okay, how much medication do we have of certain things? I think we need more bandages, right? I think we still have splints. 2 more splints, it's fine. Alright, sure. Alright, let's see. 1 second. Okay, so this location, this is a pretty tough one, but I think there's quite a lot of nice stuff here. I need to make sure we can actually get through all the lockpicks. Oh shit. What the heck? I was gonna... That was close. That was very close. Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Weapons, also good. Probably won't be able to carry everything. This place has a lot of stuff. Oh, this one's gonna spot me. Honestly, this, like, wrench thing is actually really good. Yeah, already almost full on inventory, yeah. Hmm. Oh shit, what? That was close. Oh, that thing's broken. The burning question though is if Joe's gonna pull through. It's gonna be quite a few phases until we can know for certain. Oh boy. Oh shit, 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 shit. Oh god. No. Oh, this is a problem. Oh, come on, fight back. Yes. Oh jeez. Stop. I'm gonna close the door. I'm gonna close that door. Oh boy, here we go. What a mess. Okay, I think we're kind of in the clear. Why is it covering its mouth? Oh, that could have gone a lot worse, actually. I'll take that. That could have been a lot worse for me. Great. This is actually useful now, right? It can be used. Oh, it's an escape plan item. Wait, what? What escape plan? I'm gonna take it anyway. Oh no, I'm not going there. Screw that. No, thank you. Absolutely not. I mean, I could go up the stairs instead, or the ladder, I mean. Lockpick. Oh crap. Don't grab me. Oh. Huh. I've got no space in my inventory for this stuff. Alright, I'm out. Bye bye. See you later, zombies. A signal. Suddenly a blinding light shot from nowhere deep in Tristler Junction. The flare could be Bowman's signals, but it's hard to tell. Oh. Okay. Well, let's go investigate, I guess. Let's go see what's going on there. We need food. Oh, we're low on food again. That's good. Where's this junction? Will it say located in the Thristler Junction district? Where's that? Oh, yeah. Shit. Okay, we need to move our base of operations. Okay. We do have the issue of no food. Food has become a big problem. This is the problem with having so many survivors, is a lot of mouths to feed. And Joe is... yeah. Not looking great. Alright, well. What can we do? I see it's a potential shelter, right? What a brute. Get the brute. Is this a potential? I don't see the potential shelter thing back there. I'm not sure if it is one. I thought it was. It doesn't look like it actually is. Oh, it's dark in here. At least we're getting a lot of base building resource, which is good. Okay. Oh, this is a base building location. It is. We need to clear every single infected out of here. So we can move in. That's not good. Okay, one more floor to go. Oh, come on. Oh crap, there's another floor on top of this as well. I can't see. I can't see what I'm doing. Okay, we win. Nice. Jeez. Wait, there's still more. Oh, here's the last one. Oh crap, it's a big one. Here we go. Okay, so now we can move in here. Hey, get down. Okay. Unease. Unease because why? Joe's infected or potentially showing signs of infection. Yep. Okay, we need to move our... One phase left. Oh, we can get trading. Honestly, we should probably take that up. We need food really, 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 really badly. We are literally all starving here. Everyone's hungry. This is actually very bad for me. Where is the trader? Food? Yeah, that's, we have to go there. We just have to. We need food. Okay, what are we gonna trade though? We're gonna trade... I guess we could trade some weapons, honestly. I mean... It's not looking good. Okay, so all we want here is food. That's all we care about is buying food. All right, so we want this. We want this. We want those as well. And we're willing to sell that. Those. Those, that. I guess the grenade too. Sure. I like that they made train like an actual bartering system. Like I have this and you have that, and because I mean that's kind of what would happen. No one would really use a currency in this situation. It would just be things you need. Who's hopeless? Oh shit. Daryl's hopeless. Where the heck is the... Oh, here it is. Oof, people's conditions do not look good right now. This is really bad. Oh, very rough. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's go and try. Whoa, that's a lot of zombies here. Big threat level. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see what we walk into. I don't know if I've ever seen threat level this high. It's literally like full skull threat level, which is kind of scary. Let's look at overpass. $33C and still 3 hours left of work. 33, eh? I mean, yeah, it's don't get me wrong, a 33 is not comfortable, but I'm not gonna lie, it's like a regular summer day, yeah. Have you had any close contact with infected open wounds, anything like that? Linda, what is this place? This here is an emergency clinic, a refuge. You saw the flare. Oh, that's. Oh, I'm looking for a friend of mine, a soldier. Try upstairs. There's a few PE fatigues up there. Look at you. You seem fine. I see you could use a bath though. Go on. I wonder what happened if I came with Joe, because he's got like a bite. Do they still say I look fine? How do I get in? Weapons go in the trunk. Oh, I have to leave it behind. No weapons. Huh. This is so interesting. All in your entire country? Very bold for this? Yeah, like... laughable. I need a bolt cutter for that? A bolt cutter. This is so interesting. It's like a whole settlement here. Huh. Dr. Stanfield, are you busy? Give me someone. So a lot of people, do you mind? His name is... what? Research unit, a group of soldiers sent, you're being evacuated. Oh. I just can't deal with this right now. Do me a favor and go a few medical kits and some crutches once fellow stabilize and we can talk. 4 healing kits, 1 crutches. Ugh, come on. I'm gonna go back to camp now and go get all that. That's actually kind of annoying. Oh, there's infected here, but I left all my weapons behind. Come on. That's annoying. Okay, well, what? Oh, fuck! I didn't see that! No, that's bad. This is very bad. Ooh, that was close. Bruised ribs is very bad though. If I take more damage... Oh, that's not good at all. I need to be very careful now. I need to be so careful now. I suppose I could jump down like that, right? I don't want to risk it. I don't know if I could do that. Oh boy. Okay. Bruised ribs. And no weapon, which is crazy. Oh my god. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here so badly. How the hell do I get out of here? Okay, I got a weapon. Guess I could drop down here. Oh god, no, Matt. Whew! We survived. Thank goodness. That was scary. Okay, why the heck is our sanity so fatal? Okay, who's hungry the most? You're hungry. You're pretty hungry. You're pretty hungry. You're pretty hungry. And we're out of food already, so that's great. So we need to make crutches. I mean, if anyone can make crutches, it's Aubrey, right? 1 crutches, 4 healing kits. I was kind of hungry. All right, let's see. Oh, come on. Why are you here? Tank, yes. Tanker. Jeez. Ow. Do you have some kind of debuff on you, Frank? How are you so weak? Sheesh. Okay. Okay, safe shove, nice stuff, right? I mean, it's all right. Daycare, we could potentially move there. Turn around. Turn. Returned. Welcome back. You missed a very close call. Actually, a very close call earlier. Holy crap. I was promised this place would have food. Where's all the food? Oh. Whoa, 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 what the hell is that? Holy runner. An Usain Bolt over here. Joe's deep when he's healed after hours of painful against fire starter. Oh, nice! Joe's gonna pull through! Sick! That's really good to know. Joe ain't gonna die. Okay, so we got Joe pulling through, which is great. Let's go back here and deliver the crutches, and I think we need 5 of these. And then you can go sleep. You can also go sleep. Apparently you also need sleep. Jeez, everyone's tired. Oh shit, we're out of nails. That's not good. Yikes. Not good. Maybe more vegetables. Okay, let's go turn these supplies in and then see what happens. I should have brought a bolt cutter. That's only 4 healing kits. I brought 5. Whoops. What the fuck? Whoa, 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 whoa. Jeez. Go on, unfuckbelievable. We've been dragging our asses through hell, lost my entire squad nearly shredded on a rooftop, and for what? We can watch these bleeding hearts play doctor on a goddamn rooftop. Anyone want to be evacuated? We're trying to save lives. That isn't the mission, then what is? Tell me. See this team over there? That's the start of it all. Someone in that crowd was sick enough to turn this entire city into a graveyard. The research team was sent to take a sample from the origin of the Walton outbreak. That's my only way came to recover, but the crowd won't go near it. Done? Oh yeah, we've come this far. We're gonna have to do it ourselves. Yeah, let's each other ready. Remember, we're not leaving Walton until this is done. Okay. Vertebra function device. Go for the back of the neck once they're on the ground. 20-30 milliliters should be enough. What? Okay. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so we gotta leave. Let me get my stuff back. Interesting. And everyone's starving again. We need food really, really badly again, which we don't have any. Oh, this is bad. Jeez, everyone is starving. I also don't have a gun yet, which is also pretty bad. He's literally everyone starving. This is terrible. So what am I doing here? The stadium. I need a sample of something, right? So which one do I need to get a sample from? Oh god. So PS is kind of next year. Am I gonna buy one? I don't know if we're gonna be getting a PS6 next year. Maybe. Will I get one? Is exclusives that I want? Maybe. It'd be a huge priority for me until there's a very strong reason to actually get one. This place has so many. Oh, come on. How are there so many here? Oh my god. Whoa, that was crazy. Okay, they're all dead now. Mostly. Never mind. Oh, they're not dead. There's so many of them. Dude, this is crazy. Why are there so many of them? GTA 6 Enhanced Edition for PS6. I mean, that's all well and fine. Just get a PC. I mean, it depends on the PC, obviously. My PC will probably be better than the PlayStation 6 is even then. At this point, I basically have a PS7. Oh my god, there's so many. This is absolutely insane. I don't know how you meant to deal with this. Hey, a gun. Flesh wound. Okay, that's my cue to get out of here. Clone to RTX 5080. It would still be weaker than my 4090. Well, it'll be more or less the same actually. If that was the case, but it won't be that good. Too expensive for the audience that they're marketed towards. Yeah, so you can't sell like these $1,500 gaming consoles, because then that kind of kills your main target audience. I mean, they could maybe push the price a little bit down because of their supply chain networks and all the things that they have going for them, but even then it's, I don't think there's a way anyway of putting it that far down. 4K 60 should be next gen. Yeah, why is it a mission here? Talk to survivors. Okay, we gotta go back in. But yeah, I think 4K 60 should become a standard soonish. I'm not entirely sure if PS6 will do it. I think by PS7 it will be a standard. I think PS6 will still... it'll still juggle between performance mode and quality mode, and the performance mode probably won't be 4K 60. But I think within like the next 6 years or so, I think 6 to 10 years, I think 4K will start becoming like the standard. I think right now the standard is 1440p. Like that seems to be where that seems to be what people have moved towards. A pretty big amount of people. Technically, I think still 1080p still is the more common one. But... Ow. I think 1440p is definitely gaining a lot of ground. 4K still getting there. Oh, why are you facing me? Oh my god, there's so many of these things. God, I wish I had a gun right now. Oh my god. You don't see me? What's going on here? I think it's bugged. The one on the bottom's like stuck on a loop. It's hard to tell what's actually going on right now. So many infected in the stadium. Okay, what's going on here now? We have half health. We gotta be careful. The maintenance key code activated. Where's the maintenance tunnel? Oh wow, we're full on stadium here. Why is this staying like half formed apart? I don't know where the hell I am, but how do I get through this debris now? I guess I have to go try find the maintenance. That looks like it's an underground section, yeah. Ah, fuck. What the heck? What the? Wait, what? I thought they were dead. They look like they're dead. What the fuck? Okay, we got bruised ribs. That's very bad. We gotta be careful now. We gotta probably start thinking about going back now because bruised ribs means we take like double damage. Oh god, I need to get out of here. I mean, we've cleared out quite a lot, so okay. There's the maintenance tunnel. We have cleared out a lot. I think this is good progress. We come back. I don't know if there's any resources I can gather while I'm... No, I don't want to fight. I don't wanna fight. Oh, this place is so full. It's crazy. You still doing your growl? Oh no. Okay, so we cleared out a significant amount of them. Oh, that's an insane amount of things we've killed here. I wish I had a gun. Gun would have been great for this. Not much resources here though. Two traders available. God, I'm struggling to keep people alive right now. I'm actually struggling so much to keep people alive. There's just not enough food. Ooh, back to the stadium. I mean, we've cleared out a huge portion of them. I can't imagine there's that many left. We need to get into the maintenance tunnels though. I'm probably can just run here now because like everything is dead practically. Okay, so we're looking for maintenance. House of the Dragon Season 3. I heard that it's like pretty good from what, well, I mean, I haven't seen much of it, but I haven't seen House of Dragon at all, but what I've heard about it seems like it's pretty good. Hey, Rock, welcome in. I need to watch House of Dragon at some point. Out in the stadium. The hell happened here? Looks like someone dropped bombs. What the heck happened in the stadium? This looks pretty scary. Where do I need to get a sample from? Oh. Okay. How do we get out of here? Parking garage. Which is insane in season 3, by the way. What's insane in season 3? Trying to make a very powerful message about sex work and OnlyFans, but I don't know the message is. I mean, the trailers and stuff that I saw for it looked very silly, to say the least. I don't know. Like, I'm not even entirely sure what their... What is this? What the plot looks like, but it's just so random. See, I don't know, it just looks so different. Cluster manager blank on recording shows flickering shot of stadium field and announced echoes in the background. The Wasp line up for the crucial throwdown, but fusion they play the call. Fans don't like it. Scary stepping in, but a swell of Roddy. Fans are pushing up and onto the announced struggles for process what's happening. Fans are rushing onto the field, terrified as to escape. Suddenly the camera drops to the floor and hissing static. Oh shit. Actability by including me, which is... I mean, I think people... I mean, I think she's got like a very... We haven't really... I think people criticize Sydney Sweeney so much in her acting because... I don't really see that much range from her. It's mostly... Oh god. The same kind of weird tone that she speaks. Oh my god. What the fuck? Holy shit. I shouldn't get to him, should I? Hey, come back here! Oh my god, this seems like a very bad time to be doing this. What the heck? Jeez, they already made this game quite cinematic in these... Oh fuck. Unlucky. Ha! Take that! I'll take that too. Wait, did he just kill himself? Damn. I mean, I guess he got bit, right? Sheesh. Well, that's intense. I need to get out of here. Alright, carrying season 3, to be honest. I mean, I haven't even seen season 3. I don't think that I'm gonna... It looks too just stupid. Honestly, even season 2 for me was like a big downgrade in my opinion. Oh god. Try to make it through here? Oh, I can, nice. I don't know, the thing for me is Euphoria doesn't seem very relatable. The type of... Like, I never saw this kind of shit when I was in high school. It just seems so not realistic. Maybe I'm just a different type of person in high school. Maybe I'm just a different. It just didn't affect me like it did this year. But this doesn't seem very relatable to me. Probably why I never really enjoyed Euphoria that much. Okay, we got out. We got out. No, what are we doing? We're taking this cure to... Or cure, maybe a cure, I don't know. Everyone's starving. Everyone's losing morale like crazy. Who the fuck is that? Oh, it just didn't load in. It's just a texture that didn't load in. That was kind of weird. Okay, who's the hungriest? Bob. Bob is the hungriest. You're also pretty hungry, buddy. Oh, people are not in good condition. I gotta like speedrun to get out of here before people die. Isn't that bolt cutters? Doesn't I have bolt cutters somewhere? I don't have any bolt cutters. What the heck? I remember losing one bolt cutters. Okay, let's see. Where's Stanfield? Okay, Stanfield, I got your medication or whatever, not medication, whatever the hell this thing is, a sample. Actually got it, and the soldier, dead. Alright, good. Then we have a little time. Uses leverage. Demand that the wounded from the camp are evacuated before we hand it over. Think they'll agree to that? Well, we'll smash pieces if they refuse. Thank you. Ah, we got out. Nice! All darkness complete. Soon after, Stanfield made the call. A cluster of helicopters descend on the rooftop camp. They would likely spend weeks in isolation, but as the civilians limped towards the helicopter relief washed over, their exhausted faces